Are we... Jesus fucking Christ is JFC. Wait, am I... Does that mean that I can't start up a new stream? I want to make sure that I'm not gonna, like, accidentally get myself fucking banned. Hold on, I might have to reset stream, but I want to make sure that if I go live, content, live. Wait, are we live? Wait, are we live? Okay, well, it seems like the stream is still up, so I'm not going to end stream. I have no, it said, it gave a whole ass warning. Okay, well, as long as I'm still live, I guess we can keep going. I guess. Good timing, I guess. How do I get back to content? Live control room. Jesus. See, this showed up, and I thought that I was gonna have to like end stream and all of this shit. Whatever. As long as we're still going, we're still going. Okay, we're still fine. Okay, let me go ahead. And hey guys, like the stream. It helps out more than you know. Live chat. Pin comment. All right. Well, that's not how I wanted to start stream, but you know what? We did. That's how we did start stream. So we're just gonna keep going as it is right now. All right. Let's see here. How is everybody doing today? Let's see here. The audio's current bitrate is at 0. I swear, every single time I go live on YouTube, it's just a one thing after another of error messages. What anime was I showing? The same ones that I used to stream as my opening. With all the, it was just like a bunch of anime openings. But I wasn't playing the music, so I thought I would be totally fine. All right, let's see here. So there's a couple of things. I know that, I know Gas wants me to talk about the, or show the, what do you call it? The, Tim Pool Trump conversation, but I listened to it live and it was kind of nothing. Like literally nothing interesting was said in that entire conversation. We do, however, have some drama content.
Imagine if you went to therapy.
So we'll probably go over that a little bit. I regret to inform everyone that the giant gaping hole that they had cut into my wall in order to fix the roof so that we can then, you know, not have leaks in our roof. does not work. So not only do we have a massive gaping hole in the wall right next to me that drops straight down 30 feet to the ground, we also still have a leak. They said that they repaired all of the bits that would be causing any leak, but they were wrong. So now we're going to have to wait even longer. I'm going to have to take down all of the insulation that I've put on over there. Like, I'm sorry. I don't even know if it'll, like, really show. No, I'll have to change the focus. Let's see. See that shit over there, guys? See that shit over there? Oh, I just realized that my softbox is pointing at the corner instead of at my background. But like that's a whole ass top to bottom wall. Okay? That entire area from there until there, that shit's all, let's see here. All right, and then let's fix the focus. All right. Oh, let me fix some stuff real quick. Alrighty. Did Tim Pool cream himself? Just about. Like, that's about the closest that you could describe it. I mean, we can watch it. It's not that long. One second. Let me see if I can find it super quick. Timcast Trump. Have they not cut this out into a segment? Really? They made a lot of shorts out of it.
We are here at the
Stop. I do not care. Like, Tim Pool puts out this video. The title: President Trump talks immigration and war with Tim Pool. All right. No Trump, no Trump, no Trump, no Trump. There he is in the last 15 minutes of the stream at the Libertarian Convention. Near the very end. Jesus. So maybe we can, I guess we can start off with that. Oh man, let me tell you guys something. I have been, we officially signed a lease in DC. So that move is official now. We are, well, it was already official. We were going to need to move over there, but now it's like set in stone where we're going to be, when we're going to be moving over there. So like towards the end of July, there's probably going to be either sporadic or no streaming, just while I pack everything up, right? According to Tim Pool, every state is going red this year. He said some fucking really deranged shit. Like, I listened to this entire, I have never sat through an entire Timcast before in my entire life. Let me tell you guys something. Because I can't stand the fucking guy. I can't stand the guy. But I listened to the entire thing. The entire thing. And, yeah, Tim Pool's interview with Trump. But I listened to the entire stream with, I guess, someone that was on his cabinet during his presidency. And guys, the things that people said during this first segment, I don't know who it was because I was only listening, right? It might have been this guy. It might have been this guy. I don't think it was this guy, but it was someone whose voice I didn't recognize. There's 3 dudes. 1, 2, 3 dudes there that I don't know who they are, right? But they said something along the lines of, like, yeah, you know, what I think that the Republicans should have done and what Trump should have pressured them to do is to completely block any attempt at giving aid to Ukraine. And, you know, when Russia goes through and the Ukrainians lose the war, it would make Joe Biden look really bad, right? It would basically undercut his entire messaging when it comes to maintaining a liberal, you know, rules-based order. And it would be like an instant win for the Republicans and an instant win for Trump to get into the White House if we just like didn't support Ukraine. And it's like, holy shit, do you realize what you're saying? You're saying that you're willing to, for cheap political points, allow a country to get invaded while they're already counting on our support that we had promised. And you're cool with Russia going in there, raping, murdering, and blowing up every civilian that looks at them sideways so that Trump can get elected? It would also make Biden look bad if we just declared war with everyone in the world. True. That would also make Biden look really bad, but this is something that I've been listening to since last stream, and like starting a little bit before last stream, but in the past, you know, probably 5 or 6 days, I've listened to a lot of like international relations and, you know, geopolitical coverage. And the way that people are kind of reacting to everything in regards to China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and any like small satellite countries that might orbit them, is it feels like war is a predetermined eventuality for, like, I want to say probably 70% of what I'm listening to, right? Like, China is like 70% of what I listen to is like 70% of these people are saying that China thinks that war is inevitable. The United States thinks that war is inevitable. You know, Europe is preparing for inevitable war. And then the other 30% of what I listen to, and both of them make really compelling cases for why this is. And I'm simply just not educated enough on these topics to say who's right and who's wrong. But essentially what the other side is saying is like the reality of it is that China is basically, you know, like, while they might be powerful, they're just not at the level of trying to fight against the United States and Europe and possibly India and Japan and Australia. Even if they were to have North Korea on their side, even if they were to have Russia on their side, there's just like, at the end of the day, it's just not something that China can do. And they've lost their appetite for actually going through. And at this point, they're just posturing. And I'm finding that so fascinating because from where I'm at, it, like, most of the time, it just doesn't make any sense for anyone to go to war unless someone else attacks you, right? But the instigating factors, and everybody agrees with this, right? Including some of like the more like left-leaning people who are more, you know, trying to excuse or, you know, give positive reasons for why China should invade Taiwan, why Russia invading Ukraine is actually good, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone's preparing for war, but there's this odd thing that happens where by prepping for defensive wars, it increases the chances for war. Right. But the thing is, like, while the United States and Western powers thinks that war is inevitable because, and so they're like planning out defensive strategies. Like, think about that. Everything that the United States is doing is staging defensive positions and getting defensive allies in all of these different areas, right? It is China and it is Russia that are doing the aggressive actions. Here, let me see here. One second, I just got a really important DM that I need to read. How many people we got on YouTube? One person, 2 people on YouTube. How is YouTube chat doing? And 4 people on Kick. Here, we'll just kind of vibe for a minute while people filter in. China versus Japan, USA, Taiwan, and possibly India, and probably European powers, and Australia, and South Korea, and possibly Indonesia, and possibly Vietnam. Like, but like, think about that for a second. It's just like these countries that people want to defend about U.S. hegemonic or hegemony or whatever, they're defending in a very ironic way the global South, who has been colonized to hell and back from American-style imperialism, right? Because the United States is the world hegemon. But like, what is the more imperialistic? Is it launching wars of land conquest, trying to shape the entirety of like the population's views of basic reality through, internet bot farms, so that they, not that they are more left-leaning or right-leaning, just that they're unable to trust anything that their lying eyes see. It's just like they're the aggressors, and for the most part, since the end of the Cold War, the United States has not. I say for the most part because again, there are some examples. There's a really big example that everyone wants to bring up, that everyone uses as the excuse for why the United States should never be involved in anything on the global stage. Iraq, right? But for the most part, like, we're just simply not the aggressors. We didn't go into Afghanistan because we wanted to go in there and occupy it for 20 years. We went in there because some people flew planes into our buildings and killed a bunch of people. And then we went to the place that they were based out of. And then, and then we started blasting, okay? But America provoked Russia and China? True. But here's the thing. It's actually, I don't know if I can stomach sitting through it twice in less than 2 hours, but Laser Pig just put out a video. One second. Let me click on the Laser Pig video. Pause. So this video is so enlightening on psyops, coups, true.
All I gotta say is, everybody, there is no format to music. It's all in the feeling.
People don't understand that after the world wars, the U.S. stepped in to enforce its hegemony to create an order that promotes peace, because holy fuck it. Is it annoying watching the world obliterate itself? True. I did Shadowrun. We'll be going over that. But guys, I cannot recommend this video enough. Oh my fucking god. Like, when you want to talk about imperialism, when you want to talk about the US engaging in color revolutions, the entire, I want to say like the last half of this video is all about color. No, probably more than the last half. I don't remember what the first half was about. How to kill a god? Well, you'll understand it if you watch it. It's actually probably, I think, the best and most interesting Laserpig video that I've ever seen, and certainly the most interesting on color revolutions, on Russian and Chinese psyops, on stuff like that, on the relative like security measures that people will take. Very, 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 very interesting, but it is simply too long for us to go over on stream, and it would just be me doing a Hassan react because I have nothing specific to add on to this topic, right? Because I haven't done that kind of research, right? I've only read articles about what they're doing right now, not the totality of color revolutions. But it lays out a very, very, very compelling argument for why, because it doesn't seem like anybody can agree why Russia decided to invade Ukraine. There's like a million different reasons stated by the Kremlin itself, right? Stated by Putin, sometimes contradictory opinions, right? But we never expected them to tell the truth anyway, right? So we've all had to like sit here trying to inductively reason why the Russian Federation would put itself into a war that turns into such a fucking meat grinder and absolutely own themselves. Watch the Hakeem video about places America bombed. I would rather let those people like fade into conspiracy instead of giving the like paltry amount of opinion even or attention that my channel would generate towards them. Like even I'm nobody, and even that amount of attention added to them is just not worth it. It's blood and soil, not so complicated. Gas, you should watch this video. I'm telling you, it's he does talk about fascism a little bit, and he does talk about like blood, soil, God, family, country. But I firmly think Russia invaded Ukraine to regain one of its economic centers. That is downstream of it. Yeah, sure. But I don't want to spoil anything, and also like to give just a summary of it would not give it justice. It would honestly sound kind of schizo to boil it down without giving a full, idea of what the video is. All right. So are we going to do... I guess we can do the Tim Pool Trump thing first.
Your seat we have for you right here.
How are you? Nice to
I'm
see
very
you.
good. Nice to see you. We met at Mar-a-Lago a couple weeks ago.
I remember.
Yeah, you complimented my down. I really do. We had a couple polls we went over on our show, IRL. Young people, surprisingly, immigration is a top issue for them now. I was talking to a young guy, he's 26. He says he's watching what's going on in New York. He owns a business. He can't afford to buy his own house. He struggles to be able to support a family. And I know that you've said that there's going to be the largest deportation effort in your next.
If he lives in New York, then yeah, he probably can't afford his own house. Like, New York is stupid expensive. It's the dying gasp of an empire. I mean, yeah, it is. But okay, here's essentially what Laserpig lays out, right? The whole color revolution thing that people have brought up that we've looked into a little bit. People will say basically when we looked into it on stream, we couldn't really quite figure out what was the difference between a color revolution and a regular revolution, except for that there's outside influence into that revolution, right? Or alleged. And basically what it boils down to is a color revolution is basically anything that people can try to somehow weasel their way around the facts to connect the CIA or the U.S. government to that coup or to that revolution or to that whatever, right? And it's largely a theory that doesn't play out in existence. So we stopped trying to do that sort of thing, right? We definitely did try to do that sort of thing, especially in the early years of the Cold War, right? In the late 50s, 60s through the 70s, a little bit into the 80s. But like as time went on, we just kind of realized that while this like putting dictators in that are supportive of this, right? The second we stop supporting that dictator, the entire country collapses, right? And the same thing happens with the Soviets. They also did the exact same shit, right? Where they supplied weapons, drugs, money, all this different stuff to these dictators so that they could remain in power and have, a relatively stable economy so that, they were beholden to us. But the United States has largely stopped doing that because it doesn't work. And it also, there's easier ways to get countries to work with us, like economic, trade partnerships and stuff like that. But it seems like Putin is a strong proponent of color revolution theory, and he has been trying to engage in that in Ukraine for the past 30 years. And he lays out some evidence for that. And that when he invaded Ukraine finally, right, he expected them to be bringing, like all the Ukrainians to love Russia. But what the problem is that when you live in an authoritarian government and you're the leader and you end up killing everyone around you that even moderately disagrees with you, you kind of get told what you want to hear. And so he probably legitimately thought that the Ukrainians would be really happy with Russia coming in with all their fucking tanks and all their fucking missiles to take over Ukraine some more. But that didn't happen. Instead, they fought back, and they fought back hard. And then they started succeeding in fighting back. And then they started to, gain territory back. And so now, after all of these years of, trying to increase the amount of Russian speakers, to denigrate Ukraine for having Ukraine as their national language, for trying to spread the lie that there are Nazis in Ukraine, et cetera, like all this, like 30 years worth of work in Ukraine, buying off the politicians in a corrupt country that's next to your own. All that work was for nothing because they did liberalize to a much greater extent than a place like Belarus, right? Didn't Trump try one in Venezuela? I remember that happening, but I don't know if the United States was involved in that at all, because I just don't remember. It's entirely possible that they did, but like by and large, what is it that our foreign policy strategy is? Is it going in and trying to install dictators and stuff? We don't really do that anymore, right? Russia losing is good for Russia, like other colonial wars, which is how Russia sees it. Losing will make them self-reflect similar to other empires. I have no idea what that means. There's definitely some Nazis, but like, okay, when people say there are Nazis in Ukraine, are they saying that there's like an Azov battalion of like 800 people that ended up probably getting wiped out almost completely in Mariupol? Or are they saying that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine because there are Nazis in Ukraine and their entire ideology is trying to exterminate all Russians? Right? Depends on who you ask. Right. But like the line, there are Nazis in Ukraine, is the same as saying there are Nazis in the United States, the same as saying that there are Nazis in any country in the entire world. It's not useful to say that there are Nazis there, unless you're trying to point towards some sort of endemic problem with the culture of that country. Like if you say there are Nazis in that country, sure, every country on Earth probably has at least one fucking person, law of large numbers, that does not hate Hitler. Yeah, I understand that, Gas. But like the big neo-Nazi wing of Azov that was the founding group of people, like they were in Mariupol when they got invaded. And that's where that wing of Azov was. Were there some people that were neo-Nazis that were not at Mariupol at that time? Yeah, of course. But does that mean that they have a Nazi problem? In the same way that, like, the United States has a Nazi problem. There are extremists in every single country. Yeah, I know. I'm just giving the full take on it. Yeah, I'm not like trying to dunk on you or anything. I'm just adding the additional context to what you're saying. But yeah, so what was I saying before? So yeah, essentially, this idea that Putin has been trying to replicate what the CIA in his mind is doing on a regular basis, because the world that the Russian oligarchs and the Russian political class live in is very similar to that of the Soviet Union, where you can't trust anyone. Everyone is trying to like come for your job unless they're above you, in which case you want to support the people above you to the best of your ability unless you think you can take their job. And you want the people below you to be subservient because they are trying to take your job, and all of that stuff essentially has poisoned the mind of Putin to such a degree that he thinks that, yeah, we're just going to try and replicate what the CIA does. But the CIA gave up on it because it's just not actually effective. And there are much more effective ways of trying to, through diplomatic means, try to control a country or try to get them on your side, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So I would highly recommend watching that Laser Pig video. It is super, super, super interesting. But let's watch the Trump thing, guys.
Next term. How do we do it?
So millions and millions of people are coming into a country.
Millions
and it's not necessarily exactly what we want.
Why did he say it like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons?
To be the largest deportation effort in your next term. How do we do it?
So millions and millions of people are coming into a country.
Millions and millions of people.
It's not necessarily exactly what we want or had in mind. They have open borders where people just flow in. And many of those people are coming from prisons. Many of those people, frankly, are murderers and they're drug dealers. And they're coming from mental institutions. And they're coming from places that...
What I want to know is this line that the people coming in and either claiming asylum legitimately or abusing the asylum system, like, how do we... Like, are they releasing them from prison and then, like, slapping them on the ass and say, like, go to America? Is that what the implication is? Because that's what I'm hearing when he says that. Like, if someone were to imply that these people came from prisons, this isn't someone who served out their sentence and, is now just, like, escaping that country. It sounds like they're releasing these people to the United States. I've never heard anyone legitimate make that claim before. If you go AFK, you should play Pet Shop Horror Stories video from your channel. Maybe I will.
Are not going to work very well. It's not going to be very good for our country. So we're going to start with that, and we have to get them out. No country can sustain what we're going through. I believe the number is 15, 16 million, could even be 17 million people right now. That's more than that's bigger than almost all of our states.
I think it's freaking out young people. How do we do it, though? I mean, is it going to be a new person?
Wait, what does that mean? It's bigger than almost all of our states? Yeah, but they're spread out across multiple states. And the you're counting these people twice if you're doing it like that, because like they're included in the census. Because in the states that like people are living in, those states get more seats in Congress for having even illegal immigrants. As long as there are human bodies that are living and breathing in your state, you get to count those people as part of your population for federal funding purposes, for allocation of congressional seats, et cetera, et cetera. So you can't say like it's more than like most of our states. They're included in some of those states. And why would you take like the population of a group of people that are spread out across so many different states and compare them to like some of our smallest states, like fucking Wyoming, Idaho, fucking, these tiny ass, like 3 people live in these places because they're either too cold or too inhospitable for human life, or maybe they're inhospitable to human life because they're cold. To go to before, a historian explained it that an empire losing a war generally doesn't change the mindset of the population, but losing a colonial war does. Interesting. Yeah, because they're all hit. You don't think you have a homeless problem just because they're frozen under all of your underpasses, and you guys think that they're icicles. Like that's the only reason you don't think you have a homeless problem.
Personnel do we?
It will really be done with local police. The respect has been taken away. The honor has been taken away from our police forces. They're not allowed to do anything. And
Whoa! I was listening to this. I wasn't watching it. What is up with this camera work, guys?
New personnel do we?
It will really be done with local police. The respect has been taken away. The honor has been taken away from our police forces. They're not allowed to do anything. And whether it's libertarian or not libertarian, you have to have law and order. You can't have 500 people walking into a department store and just walking out with everything they have. And we have to give honor and respect back. And I believe immunity because, so often when a police person does their job, they end up with no pension. They end up with no house. They end up with no family. Everything's taken away.
Actually, when a policeman does do their job, they end up having those things. It's when you don't do your job or you do your job so poorly that you end up unjustly taking the life of another person.
Away from them. They have to get their own lawyer. So we're going to give them back their dignity and their strength. The local police know the criminals that we're talking about. They know their first name, their middle name, and their last name. They know everything about them. And we're going to have to let them do that. And they will bring them in. We have no choice. And these are in many cases, and this is from all over the world, not just South America, which is big enough, but they're coming in from the Congo. They're coming in from all parts of Africa. They're coming in from all parts of Asia. And it's an invasion into our country. And no country can handle this. So we're going to have them taken out. Local police, we're going to work very closely with the local.
Marco, are we back? Because it said that that the stream ended on my side. Hold on, let me. No, it looks like we're fine. It looks like we're still live. Okay, as long as we're still live. The Congo had a coup attempt a week ago. My understanding on the current wave of coups happening in Africa is that the French basically never decolonized West Africa, and so they still had a massive control on that area. And basically, France is losing all of its colonial holdings overseas. So West Africa, some of their islands in the Pacific are basically fed up with the way that France has been in control. And so let's see here. West African countries coup. When was this one written? September 26th of 2023, and more has happened since then, I believe. But Guinea experienced a coup in 2021, Burkina Faso in 2022. Most recent, Niger has met the same fate in July of last year. Outside of West Africa, Chad and Sudan also experienced military coups in 2021. And they seem to be replacing Western security forces with Russian security forces, namely the much talked about Wagner Group is involved with a lot of these places. After they do their coup, the the Wagner group goes in there and sets up shop to be their new security force. Yes, New Caledonia was what I was talking about in the Pacific. So when it comes to the no one is talking about how Ecuador stormed Mexico's embassy. Well, that happened like a couple of months ago, right? But yeah, basically, like there is, I think that it's not even, it's not a crazy thing to say that we're possibly in the lead up to World War III. Just like based off of what I understand about what happened in the lead up to World War II and in the lead up to World War I, it really does kind of feel that same way, where you have a bunch of weird proxy wars going on in places totally unrelated to the major powers of the time, and then because of the strain that's causing in the relationship between the powers, taking over colonial holdings or, doing things that other power doesn't want or can't allow, they eventually end up going to war, right? And we can see that with, especially World War II. Look at there was the Italy invading Ethiopia and other places in Africa and North Africa. There was the German campaign also helping out the Italians over there. There were wars going on in Asia that precipitated or preceded the European theater of World War II. So there's like all these like smaller scale conflicts happening where people are going in and either trying to take land or get some small contingency or a large contingency of people in a foreign country to start a rebellion so that you can go in there and like squash the government in control. And then you hand out power accordingly. It feels like we're kind of in that area. Some people have already made the statement that World War III has already begun and we're just in the opening stages of it, where the large powers haven't committed to fighting with each other. I hope that's not the case. Like, ultimately, what our goal should be is to avoid World War III. We don't like the idea of World War III. It is a bad mamma jamma. Now, I don't think that World War III is going to be fought with nuclear weapons necessarily, right? That in the past, if your opponent was dug into a territory, there was always no way to get them out of that territory. Then we invented nukes, and then nobody could dig in anywhere and be safe. But now we have precision-guided drones and javelins, so you can break in an embedded enemy with advanced missiles. The paramilitary in exchange gave Wagner access to his diamond mine. Yeah, exactly. Why? The last two world wars were great for us? True. I mean, that's not really inaccurate. But I think that we weren't really the target until in the late stages of those wars, right? Like, we had one boat sink, and that made us go to war in World War I, right? That was our excuse. But it was mostly England and France that was getting their shit kicked in. World War II, France got its shit kicked in. Poland got invaded. Britain was getting bombed on a daily basis. Yeah, we needed Pearl Harbor to give us an excuse to go over there, right? Fuck. Of course, I accidentally minimize literally everything that I'm using right now. Let's see here. There we go. But yeah, I think that it's like entirely possible to make that claim. I'm not enough of a military expert to say that is what's happening, but I mean, China is doing harassment campaigns in the South China Sea, where they basically have reinvented the privateer. Private, shipping companies or fishing companies to their maritime militia, and they're going through and pulling up as fast as they can in front of American ships and then stopping perpendicular so that the American ship has to either divert or crash straight into them. But that would be an international incident because technically it's a civilian ship. There's like all sorts of shit like that happening all over the South China Sea, to the point where both the Philippines and Vietnam have had to institute their own maritime militia forces to defend their actual military ships, because their military ships can't fire on the civilian ships from China without it being an international incident, right? Pearl Harbor was more of an excuse because the government wanted us to help. Also, the Japanese wanted to tank it, as it was our only major staging point for ships. Yeah, well, it wasn't our only major staging point for ships, but it was the most advantageously positioned for any kind of response to Japan. And I think that they also conducted more attacks on other U.S. naval bases in the next couple of months to like a year, along what they thought would be the supply chain for any kind of war effort. But then America is just like such a Giga Chad, big dick, hard motherfucker that they just rolled right through them. I think the war in Ukraine probably stopped World War III. Everyone knows that American tech is unbeatable and that Russian tech is garbage. Well, at this point, yes. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be able to assist, China doing the heavy lifting. Like, who is doing the heavy lifting in World War II, right? It was Germany for the most part. What was Italy contributing to the war effort, except for like being a deterrent from invading Germany from the south, even though that didn't really work. It's just like, when it comes to Russia, there is still a lot of military capability that they can bring to bear. It's just that we're a lot less scared of them now because they're running through their stockpiles. And even if they were to increase their productive capabilities to set up, more tank factories and stuff like that, at the rate that they're losing them in Ukraine, I think they have like 18 to 24 months left worth of armored vehicles, and then after that, it's just foot slogging. After that, it's just artillery and infantry for Russia, Russia's fat bombs are pretty devastating, and Ukraine not building defensive works is screwing them. Well, Ukraine has built defensive works. That's one reason why the new Russian front that they opened up in the Kharkiv region this past couple of weeks has already stalled. I think that within. Sorry, the OBS keeps on cutting out because I guess because it's storming outside. I don't know. Anyways, so Ukraine has built defensive forces, but the problem is they're just not allowed to strike into Russia, right? They're not capable of it because we've put so many restrictions on what they can do with our weaponry, right? They have defensive works, but they have no ability to either attack into Russia to destroy logistics centers or staging grounds or anything like that. They just don't have the ability to do it. So they have to wait for the Russians to cross their own border for them to shoot the Russians, right? The only thing that they can shoot over into Russia right now are stuff that they produce there in Ukraine, or that they get from a country that is not putting those restrictions on them. So like their drones that are going and destroying, so much of Russia's oil facilities. That's really helpful to Ukraine, and it causes, additional money and material costs for the Russian military. But if they were able to shoot ATACMS into Russia, if they were able to shoot, some of these longer range, more precision guided missiles into Russia, then they probably have a lot easier time defending themselves. But even with that handicap that Ukraine has, like think of all the handicaps that Ukraine has. They don't have the productive capabilities of Russia. They don't have the stockpile that Russia has. They're, have tenuous amounts of, or a tenuous relationship with America, their largest supplier of weapons right now, right? The counteroffensive showed Russia's defense works are better. Well, that doesn't really mean anything for this, right? Oh, wait, hold on. I missed the message before that. That's not really an offensive. That's looking like a scouting group to make Ukraine divert resources. A distraction tactic, essentially. And according to people on the ground, those defenses aren't good. The counteroffensive showed Russia's defense works are better. Okay, so to the first thing, yeah, they've already announced that they're going to do some sort of like summer offensive, or at least intelligence is showing that that's going to happen, right? So this is very possibly to divert attention away from where they are going to attack, or maybe they're just like probing and, trying to see what they can get away with up there before they do a full scale, attack on Kharkiv Oblast. But by the time they start doing a major offensive, at that point, I think in the next couple of weeks, Ukraine is going to be getting the U.S. aid at scale. Like they've already started getting some U.S. aid that we could immediately just like pack up onto our own government ships and ship over there, right? But the like large amounts of military aid that is slated for Ukraine, that's going to arrive in June or early July. And at that point, Russia trying any kind of offensive is going to be way more brutal than the past, 8 to 9 months of combat. That's one of the explanations? Or is that an actual word? Search. Okay, you meant to say explanations. Okay. I was like, execations? I don't know what that means. Okay, let's keep going though.
That, without getting into the specifics for obvious reasons, the things that they're doing to you with the court system is not just to you, it is to me, it is to everyone who voted for you in 2020.
It's true.
Are we going to get some good personnel in as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and in the CIA,
right,
and see some prosecutions?
So we had some great people because our trade numbers were fantastic. The jobs we did on trade, the jobs we did, frankly, in the military, underneath the terrible television generals who were absolutely terrible, but we have incredible people. We defeated ISIS, and we had no new wars because they were concerned with us. I had no wars at all. I finished off a war that we were in for 20 years, but we had no wars. And
didn't he like do the most amount of drone strikes of any president since we started using drones? Also, ISIS is still in Syria. Fuck, there was something he just said that I wanted to look up. Oh, job numbers. I'm actually curious about this, like what a graph of this looks like. U.S. jobs growth over time. I wish we could zoom this graph out. So by the beginning of 2022, we had gotten all of our jobs back. That's 1 year of Biden. After 2 years of Biden, we're here. It doesn't look like it's a particularly crazy slope compared to Please tell me the internet's not about to cut out again. Okay, thank God. Whoa. Whoa. I'd like to see it like over like a map that I can, or a graph that I can interact with, but I guess not. Let's just try jobs over time. Not the employment rate. Or would these, should that be the I guess that would be the what do you call it? The metric that we would use. So it seems like we're still in like below what the normal amount of time, or the normal amount of unemployment was even before the massive stock crash of 2008. And it's been that way since like 2018. We just had like a really, really exceptionally low unemployment. Huh.
People, we defeated ISIS, and we had no new wars because they were concerned with us. I had no wars at all. I finished off a war that we were in for 20 years, but we had new
How's it
no
going,
wars.
Jerry?
And we have to get the right people. It's all about the people. So when I first came here, I was only in Washington 17 times in my life. All of a sudden, I'm president. And I really knew nobody. I relied on people. Some were good, some were rhinos, some gave us some bad advice. And generally speaking, we had very good people. But we had some that we have to do better. Attorney General, we have to get a great Attorney General. And I'd work with the Libertarian Party on that. I think it's very good because, I view the Libertarian Party as almost a party of common sense, largely of common sense. And
the idea that like no bad like wars were going on under Trump, the Donbass, Luhansk invasion happened in 2014. It was still going on under Trump. Crimea was still occupied under Trump. I'm pretty sure there were still like situations in Israel, Palestine, with it under Trump, right? Like, wasn't there something in 2017 or 2018? Like 2019? How's it? I'm doing pretty good. I feel a lot better than I have for the past couple of days. So, and we officially signed a lease over in DC. So we're now very officially moving, very set in stone when and where we'll be at over there. So that's exciting.
I say that about the Republican Party too. We're a party of common sense. You want borders, but you want fairness. You want a lot of things that a lot of other people don't talk about. So we will work with a lot of people to get the right people in. The difference is I now know sort of everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm not having to be relying on people that I didn't know very well and listen to their recommendations. And I think we're going to have phenomenal people. I know the people. I know the good ones, the bad ones, the weak ones, the strong ones. I think we're going to have great people.
We're friends with Kash Patel. He was on the show just before you, and that gives me a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Well, Kash is fantastic.
Yeah,
he's an example of a good one.
Yep.
We have some great people, but Kash was a great example. Devin Nunes, as you know, he's fantastic.
Absolutely.
We have so many great people.
So when it came to foreign policy, I'll be honest, I didn't vote for you in 2016. I was jaded. Obama let me down. I'm from Chicago. I thought 2016 was silly. And then in 2020, with the timeline for getting out of Afghanistan.
Right.
When you tried to get our troops out of Syria, my question is, why are we in Syria? Who even knew?
Yeah.
And they lied to you, and they lied to us about the number of troops in there. And so maybe it's a bit blunt for me to say I want to see people prosper.
Really quick, I heard Lonerbox say earlier today that clicking on something in OBS and then alt clicking would make you able to crop it. Oh wait, hold on. You totally can. Holy shit. No more pop-out windows. Jesus.
Prosecuted for the lies of the American people. But in terms of foreign policy, perhaps it's a little bit of a biased interview, but I think you're the greatest president of my lifetime.
I appreciate it.
And ending the wars that we should not have been involved in. Now the fear is World War III.
Yeah.
What are you looking at when you enter your next term to stopping the escalation?
Well, first of all, I'm the only one that is going to stop World War III because this man can't put two sentences together. He doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know where he is.
Nothing that here's my thing. Trump likes too many of the dictators involved that fucking hate America. I don't feel like he would have a clear view of things. One second. I just got a very interesting image texted to me. All right. What war did he end? The argument's going to be that he ended the war in Afghanistan.
And amazingly, it seems like he's going to be running. You know, it's a lot of people say, do you think he'll make it to the starting gate? Well, we'll see what happens. But if you look at Viktor Orban, because we don't want to see wars. I don't want to see wars. I was in no wars other than we finished a war with ISIS and we completed it, 100% complete. But I don't want to see wars. I think it's so horrible, so unnecessary, so costly in terms of lives and money in that order. And destroying these countries, you know, you're destroying culture. When you look at Ukraine, that would have never happened if I were president. You look at the October 7th attack on Israel, it would have never happened.
Why? I look at your policies, I see secure the borders, bring jobs back. I look at the Democrats and many Republicans, and it's foreign war and foreign expansion.
That's right.
What is that?
I think it's just a failed mentality. It's crazy. You can solve problems over a telephone. Instead, they start dropping bombs. I see recently they're dropping.
It would be nice if we could solve these problems over the phone, but these people don't want to solve these problems. They want us to just let them do whatever they want. They want to go through and essentially dominate everyone around them. So we're totally fine with solving things over the phone, but they aren't. That's the problem.
Bombs all over Yemen. You don't have to do that. You can talk in such a way where they respect you and they listen to you. Viktor Orban of Hungary, you know, the leader, they call him a strong man. Who cares if he's a strong man or not a strong man? He's a very powerful guy. He said the problem the world has is that Donald Trump is no longer president. When he was president, China didn't play around, Russia didn't play around, nobody played around. And we had no problems. Today, the whole world is on fire.
I heard that funny, there's a conversation from a phone call where you said that there was they maybe thought there was a 5% chance you'd nuke them. And so they kept them in line. It's kind of scary to think about, but you take a look at the weakness we have now with Ukraine and the money that we are wasting. You know, I'll bring it back to the economy. This young guy I was talking to about immigration. Actually, I'll put it this way. There's a viral video where a young man's screaming that we're sending hundreds of billions to a country no one's ever heard of.
Right.
And young people are hurting in this country. Do you see any direct economic policy that is on your list for 2025?
Direct economic, but also direct in terms of warfare. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars all around the world. But when you look at Ukraine, we're giving all of this money. Europe, which is much more affected by that war than us, is spending just a tiny fraction of what we're spending. And you say, does anybody at least get involved in this? But more importantly, I will end that war. I'll get it ended.
Well, by raw numbers, yeah, because we're the biggest country in the fucking world. Yeah, no shit, we send more aid over there. But as a percentage of GDP, I believe it's Poland that's sending the most amount of aid. Am I wrong on that? I mean, we can most amount Ukraine aid by percent GDP. So in order of who has sent the most as a percent of their GDP, oh, this is as of 2021. Wait, hold on. Oh, no. This is their 2021 GDP numbers. But this is the amount of money that they sent. And the order is Estonia, Denmark, Lithuania, Latvia, Finland, Poland, Slovakia, Sweden, Netherlands, Czechia, Norway, Croatia, Germany, Bulgaria, Canada, United Kingdom. And then after United Kingdom, it's the United States. So as a percent of our GDP, as a percent of what, like, amount of our pie we're giving them, we're giving less than a third of what Estonia, Denmark, Lithuania, Latvia, of what any of those countries are doing. We're giving less than half of what Finland, Poland, Slovakia are giving, and like 20 or 0.2% less than Sweden, Netherlands, and Czechia. Like, we're not the biggest donors by like how much we can give.
Putin respects me. Zelensky respects
How's
me.
it
I know
going,
all
Moist?
the players, and I want to get that war ended. It's a horrible war. It's a terrible. There's no good war, but that's.
He'd say the tragic withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Obama flopping on Crimea set the direct stage for Russia choosing its move during a Democratic president. I don't think he would say that. I think the people around him would say that. But Trump will just say that they were weak. Yeah, I don't think that Trump thinks about it that deep, if I'm honest.
It's a horrible war. And to think it would have never started. It would have never started. If the election turned out like it should have turned out, that war would have never started. I mean, and, you know, the number of lives we're talking about is far greater than the numbers that you hear. When they blow up a town, or when they blow up these buildings, these massive buildings, surprisingly, I mean, these are big. That was my business. These are big, powerful buildings. And they come tumbling down to the ground and they say nobody was injured. A lot of people were killed. Yeah. And the numbers are a lot different than you think. When you will see that happening. When those numbers really get announced, you're going to see it's much worse than people think.
Here at the Libertarian Party National Convention, they had one of their, I believe this one of their presidential nominees said he wants to see Fauci, the heads of Moderna, Pfizer, Biden, and you locked up for what happened during COVID. I don't agree with them, but there is a big sentiment. Elon Musk tweeted, prosecute Fauci. Fauci lied to Congress about the gain-of-function research that was going on, and now we have testimony.
Well,
that
I'm the one that stopped the funding, and this was funding from before me. I'm the one that stopped the funding. Fauci wasn't a big player in my administration like he was after I left. I mean, Biden made him the king of everything. And if you take a look at that, Fauci was not the big player with me that he was. And in fact, I did things that he didn't want to do. He wanted to keep it open to China. I said, you got to close it to China because it was all coming out of China. It was coming out of Wuhan, which I said right at the beginning. But the other thing is, and what people don't realize, I believe in federalism. I gave the power to governors. Some governors did a great job. In all cases, they were Republicans. And some, like in South Carolina, Henry McMaster, kept everything open. Others didn't. The Democrats did a bad job, very bad job. But basically, I gave that power over the states. I gave it to the governor. I gave it back to the states. And I think it's...
You're just now waking up before the sun rises? Man. You poor fucking Australians, dude. You poor Australians just have the worst time zone, don't you? Jesus Christ. We're seeing the direct results of that foolish decision, but you can't disconnect them. Well, I don't think that the withdrawal from Afghanistan, unless you want to talk about abandoning our allies, but like these people don't want to support our allies. So I don't know if it like actually played much into the calculation as to whether or not Russia was going to invade Ukraine. They probably were planning this well before anything, because that happened in August of 2021, right? And the invasion happened in January or early February of 2022. the amount of planning that went into, or the decision probably happened well before that. So I don't think that played any factor into whether or not they were going to invade Ukraine, or was like the preceding factor that made them say, oh, you know what, we can totally do this, because the United States will not support them whatsoever. I would say that it probably, again, like I watched a video earlier today by someone that I think everyone should watch. If you're interested in politics, geopolitics, military history, or just tanks, go watch Laserpig's channel, and you should watch his most recent video that he posted today. Man, there was some really, really compelling stuff. Really compelling stuff about why Russia invaded Ukraine. They knew we wouldn't meet them on the battlefield, right? But I don't think I don't think that Afghanistan would have played anything into that. And the reason for that is, we wouldn't have tried to put any, we probably wouldn't have tried to put any troops no matter what, because we don't want to get into a direct fight with Russian forces. I think there's been like one time that I know of that the United States directly engaged in warfare with Russian soldiers post collapse of the USSR. I think it was in Syria, where there were a bunch of either Wagner Group, I think it was Wagner Group, but Russian forces of some kind were advancing on a U.S. position, and they said, "Hey, Russia, are these your guys?" And Russia was like, "No, why would we be sending guys towards you guys?" And they're like, "Okay, well, if they're not Russians, then." We just fucking destroyed them. It was like fucking 50 Marines versus like 600 U.S. forces versus Russia, Syria. Let me see here. We'll do this really quick. Battle of Kasham, also known as the Battle of blah, blah, blah. No. Oh, Wagner Group. Let me see here. Incident and casualties. A force of 500 pro-government fighters consisting of local militiamen, Syrian army regulars, Shia militants from Liwa, whatever, how the fuck you say that, or that, and reportedly Russian private military contractors launched an assault on an SDF headquarters near Kasham, supported by T-72 and 55 tanks. 20 to 30 shells landed within 500 meters of the headquarters. I want to see like how they I can't find like the exact thing where they talked about, hey, are these your dudes? No? All right, LOL. Blew him fuck up. Was here. Well, we couldn't, equipment was left. We couldn't physically meet them on the battlefield. Oh, maybe we're talking about different things. I was talking about Ukraine. Like Russia wouldn't want to, like we had the amount of equipment that we left in Afghanistan wasn't going to cripple the United States' ability to project power literally anywhere. I was in Afghanistan when that battle unfolded. Active firefights between us and Wagner in Syria. Yeah, no, I mean, like, fuck Wagner. Like, they're the guys that did the whole, like, were in charge of the internet. Oh, shit, what was it called? The Internet Data Agency or some shit like that. Or Internet Research Agency or something. And it was just the Wagner Group in charge of doing gay ops against the entire American public, which is what the election interference, the Russian influence in our elections stuff. That's where that comes from, is them having their Russian bot farms, you know?
Something which, when people realize that, it's something that they respect.
Will there be
How's it going for
accountability
Airshield?
for the lying to Congress when you get to appoint your new AG, deputy AG?
Yeah, and we'll take a look at statute of limitations, because, you know, the statute of limitations are quite long, and we're going to be looking at that very seriously, yeah.
I got one big question for you. So part of my family comes from Korea.
Good.
And you did what I think is one of the most tremendous things. You crossed the demilitarized zone into North Korea with no security as a sign of goodwill and peace with the hostile nation. And I've had people tell me it never happened. So I think people need to know about it. I'm wondering if you can just tell me, how did that happen? How did it come to be?
And it hasn't happened since.
Yeah.
And when I met with, you know, with the handoff, you sort of meet with the previous president for a period of time. The meeting lasted for quite a while. With President Obama, you sit in the Oval Office and you talk, and the press is outside, and you talk for a little while. He said the single greatest threat we have is North Korea. And I said,
I don't think it's substantial, but I do believe secular Jewish voters who otherwise would vote Biden might shift at least marginally because of his funding of Ukraine and Palestine. I don't think, like, it might shift individuals' opinions, but like as a group, there's probably going to be just as many people that are going to vote for Biden because they just severely hate Trump, or for any other given reason. Maybe they're just a partisan Democrat that just hasn't voted very often. But I think it's just as likely that they shift towards Biden than for Trump. I don't know if it's completely baseless, but like before I make any kind of statement on what groups are going to be supporting who, I usually want to have some polling data to refer to.
said, have you called them? Have you tried to talk to them? You know, little things like that. And didn't matter what the answer was. He felt that was the single biggest threat in the world, was North Korea. And as you know, there was certain hostility when I first started, and all of a sudden it boiled down to something that was very beautiful, the way it happened. And I got along with him very well. And I will say that if Hillary won that race, you would have had a nuclear war and millions of people would have.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, it does, though. When that equipment is destroyed, then you have no equipment. Trump foresaw the Russian invasion and sent all the anti-tank missile systems, and I think 30,000 anti-tank AT-10s. What I'm more talking about is the amount that we left in Afghanistan isn't going to be enough for U.S. forces to not be able to project their strength elsewhere. That's what I'm talking about. Like, how much did we leave over in Afghanistan? What did the army leave Afghanistan? No. What did the... Let's see here if this gives us... M4s, M16s, and other U.S. main arms and ammunition that have rarely been seen in the 30-year conflict. A major reason they say is a regional flood, blah, blah, blah. More than $7.1 billion in U.S.-funded military equipment was in the possession of the Afghan government. Though more than half of it was ground vehicles, it also included more than 316,000 weapons worth almost $512 million, plus ammunition and other accessories. I mean, I know that we left a couple of helicopters, but like, how much does each Apache helicopter cost? Because if it was $7.1 billion, then maybe a couple of Apaches that they don't know how to fly. $80 billion. Yeah, what I'm seeing is $7.1 billion in military equipment. Let me see if there's like another number here. What was left behind by U.S. forces? Let's see. A total of 73 aircraft, nearly 100 vehicles, and other equipment were abandoned by U.S. troops as they pulled out ahead of the 31st of August deadline. MD-530 helicopters used for reconnaissance and close attack. A-29 light attack planes. Bro, it's a fucking prop plane, dude. It's a fucking prop plane. I shouldn't be like so dismissive because I understand that like there are bad implications for that, but like it's a prop plane. No. They're saying that there are multiple, like there were multiple of those. There were other, like, just to show what I'm looking at, right? Like we have helicopters, we have big planes, and like I said earlier, there was like how many, where is it? $316,000 weapons, so like small arms. Like I'm not saying that it's nothing. All right, let me be ultra fucking clear. I'm not saying it's nothing. What I'm saying is that the amount that we left there, the amount that we left there, all things considered, with the size of the United States Army and the logistics that make those weapons capable of being effective on the battlefield. Like there was a video I watched recently that said that I think it was that he was on Destiny's podcast, the Bridges podcast. He smokes a cigar, kind of a big dude. He's like an intelligence guy, and most of it was made inoperable. Like even that, like he said that the United States military is more like a logistics organization with combat abilities more than a, military that has a logistics wing. It's more of a logistics, apparatus that also has combat abilities, just because our logistics are fucking crazy compared to literally any other country on earth. That's actually a way more interesting. That's actually a way more interesting than the video than the one we're watching, because Trump literally says nothing interesting to me at all, which is why I keep on pausing and not watching that and instead watching this. No, it's not going to be under watch later. Fuck. Where is history? There it is. Ryan Macbeth. That's his name. Ryan. I'll just search Ryan. Yeah, it's only like 5 minutes long.
Is Russia going to slaughter us, as radio host Royce Lopez insinuated after a U.S. Navy sailor did a little TikTok dance on the amphibious assault ship USS Iwo Jima? Probably not. Now, if you want to see the full breakdown on that video and what really is the gayest branch of the U.S. military, that will be available after this one. But I want to directly address what Royce Lopez says, since I looked up the guy's biography, and it doesn't seem like he's...
Wait, did I say Ryan Grimm? I typed in the right name.
...in the military. So he may not be as educated as to how the military actually works. Lucky for you, Royce, that is literally all I do, even to the detriment of my health, sanity, and relationships. One story I like to tell about the military is how I was in Egypt for this peacekeeping mission. We found a freezer full of breaded chicken sandwiches in our combat outpost freezer. And the bag of these chicken patties was about to expire. So me as site commander, I decided to just cook it all. And we ate chicken sandwiches for breakfast, lunch, and dinner until the guys were just sick of chicken. So we took the chicken patties over to this Egyptian border guard station. And I'm Kalam Arabic, and the Egyptians could speak a little English, and they thanked me for the chicken. And then what they told me was that every day their equivalent of a first sergeant drove by in a truck, and they would drop off a bag of rice and vegetables, and that was their breakfast, lunch, and their dinner. and they only got meat when they rotated back to their main base. And even then, it was what they called army meat, which was meat that had been rejected by their equivalent of the USDA. And that's when it struck me that America's military was powerful, not because of our M1 tanks or our Patriot missiles, but because we could get more breaded chicken patties halfway around the world than we could possibly eat, and the Egyptians could even feed their men in their own country. The true power of the US military isn't necessarily the tip of the spear, it's the shaft that supports it. In fact, you could even call the US military a logistics organization that dabbles in combat. I'll give you one example: palletization. The US Army moves just about everything on pallets. In fact, the Combined Arms Training Center has classes on how to efficiently put together pallets. We love pallets so much that we even put pallets on our pallets. The US Army even has these forklift rodeos where we compete to see who is the best forklift driver. That's how important pallets are to the quick and efficient transportation of goods. The Russians don't use pallets. Everywhere you go, this is what you see: boxes upon boxes upon boxes that were not moved with ruggedized forklifts like this, but with dudes stacking boxes. I'll give you another example. It's how we load HIMARS. The HIMARS, or High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, is basically a truck with a multiple rocket launcher system on the back. The truck can drive to a location, raise the launcher, fire the rockets, lower the launcher, and leave before the adversary can trace the rockets back to the firing position. And just that is impressive. But here's what's really neat. It's how they reload the missiles. Every HIMARS has a crane built into the launcher, and the missiles are a gigantic cartridge called pods, sort of like a disposable razor blade. The old pod is ejected, and the new cartridge is lifted into the launcher. It takes minutes. We can even drop HIMARS pods pre-staged in different locations, and the HIMARS will go to each location, perform a fire mission, and then leave. And here's how Russia reloads its multiple rocket launcher. Dudes have to unpack, assemble, and load each rocket by hand. And sometimes even the rockets get stuck and they have to come up with creative ways of fitting them in the tube. So can Russia slaughter us? Dude, these guys can't even make a pallet. They can't even use a forklift. Russia is terrified of fighting NATO, and that's why they use information war, because it's cheap, like everything else in the Russian army. So they flood the internet with lies and irrelevant criticism about gay sailors to hide the fact that they can't even build a freaking pallet, and they're still loading rockets the way their grandfathers did in World War II. If you think that this sailor dancing is indicative of the US Navy and their power, you might have been subject to Russian propaganda. You know, it's interesting you decide to level this backhanded criticism against the American military during, of all things, Memorial Day weekend. I don't tend to pull out the veteran card all that much, but I spent 20 years as an infantryman, and some of that time was spent driving down roads that insurgents really didn't want us to drive down. So when I see you, a guy who didn't even serve, making fun of a Navy guy who obviously loves his job, who's happy to be in the Navy and serving his country, and you turn that into a joke, well, that kind of rubs me wrong. You know, I'm going to chalk this up to just a lack of understanding of logistics and the real power of the U.S. military. And if you want me to go on your show to explain how the military actually works, my email is on my website. And if you want to watch the video where I explain the military's gayest branch, that will be available after my bunker branding t-shirt ad, which is where you can get...
It's the Air Force. All right. Let's watch something more entertaining, okay? We've been talking about, you know, military logistics and Russia and Ukraine and all of that stuff. We got bored by Trump very quickly because Trump is just, he's lost his appeal for making fun of him because he's just saying the same stupid shit constantly making more and more stupid things that he wants to talk about into national headlines. That's hurting his chances at getting reelected. Poppy is the greatest threat to the United States. This is so fucking funny to me that the this is starting to leak into this is starting to leak into parts of the internet that I never thought that it actually would. This is from Turkey Tom. This is a Turkey Tom video on Poppy and Xena. And I guess Tipster is involved in it now too. Imagine being a military and not doing what every private company on the planet does for logistics. Well, I mean, like, that's why our military is so much stronger than everybody else's, right? Our military is so much stronger than everybody else's because we have the capability of projecting our powers way further and for a longer period of time and keep forces there or move them. Like, we're very mobile. We're able to entrench really easily. We're able to supply our troops very easily. There hasn't really been a situation either a recent memory or a recent history that I know of where there were just troops that were kind of shit out of luck in terms of getting ammunition or food or resources of any kind. Like they might have like a shortage of one or two things, either like food wise, so they have to eat the same thing all the fucking time, or maybe they might have a shortage of like one type of ammunition. But like in terms of like the overall threat capability of our military anywhere in the world, we're just better than everybody else. Trump says stupid things. Compare him to the lying establishment press. He might lie, but his lies are not nearly as consequential and disastrous as what they, who have more power than him, propagate. Donald Trump was the most powerful person in the entire world, and now he is the most powerful person in the second most, or he's the most powerful person in one of the two most powerful organizations in the entire world, that being the Democratic and Republican Party. Also, what lies told by the establishment press. Also, I don't want to get like super distracted by the schizophrenic musings of a 16-year-old. Yeah, and the establishment press is the one who beat the war drums with Russia. Russia beat those war drums. We don't want to go to war with Russia. I don't want to go to war with Russia. Russia is the aggressor. You guys simp for fucking Putin. Like you'll say like, oh, I don't agree with what Russia is doing, but then like when it comes to any kind of, retaliation for what they do to us on a fucking daily basis, I want to remind you, they literally have multiple firms throughout all of the enemy states that we have in Iran, in China, in Russia, in Belarus, where they just have a bunch of people go in from 9 to 5 and post shit on the internet to try and mislead people like you. Okay, even if they're right on Russia, look at their coverage of open borders and taxation, welfare, fascism. Okay, I'm sorry, you're just ideologically, in your anarcho-capitalist phase, okay? I'm not going to respond to literally anything. And I want everyone in chat I want you guys to hold me to this. I'm not going to respond to a goddamn thing that Panda/Front Yard Shield says about economics. If he says anything about taxes, if he says anything about the fascist welfare state or anything like that, and I start responding, I want you guys to just spam the word cuck. Just spam the word cuck until I stop. Because there's no use in responding, because I've given you answers for every single fucking thing that you've said when it comes to COVID, when it comes to open borders, when it comes to welfare and taxation. I've given you answers for all of those things. Yeah, dude hasn't even started paying taxes yet. All right, we're going to watch this stupid YouTube's degenerate furry therapist meme, all right?
Imagine if you went to therapy and your counselor turned out to be a polyamorous transgender furry with multiple personalities. No need to imagine, you're about to find out. The person you're seeing is an online content creator and mental health counselor who goes by the name of Poppy, and in the past few years, they've been involved in a mire of drama and allegations. But before being Poppy, they were Joshua, an aspiring mental health.
Okay, I think that that's a little... I don't think that we should be using pictures of people pre-transition or using their, dead name. Fuck, I wish there was a less soy, like their name before transition, right? You're essentially... It feels like the equivalent... I know it's not the equivalent of this, all right? But just like the feeling is, you're like... essentially, it's like the trans equivalent of doxing, right? There's literally no reason to do it unless you're just trying to be fucking hurtful, or unless there's something especially relevant. And as far as I know, when it comes to the Poppy and Xena thing, I don't think that there's anything relevant from Poppy's early life.
Worker who, in the early 2000s,
And I paused on the picture, which was a mistake.
married Juliana, a girl a few years older, with her being in her mid-20s and Joshua being just 19 years old. Most importantly, perhaps, she was 3 months pregnant with someone else's child. But he loved her so much that
That's true. He just destroyed his credibility by dead naming her. People will just call him a bigoted hack now and not listen to the video. Like, that's the problem with, but here's the thing. I don't know how much like people like Turkey Tom and these commentary channels, like those Some Ordinary Gamers, like they're more normal, like all things considered, they're more normal than the average political online person, right? They just have they have no understanding of how much tiptoeing around certain things, or like line walking that you have to do when talking about certain groups of people, especially like trans people, like especially if you're trying to put out a hit piece on someone, or you're like, you know, trying to do an expose or some shit like that. You can't do certain things, or people are going to immediately just walk away. Tom hangs with Destiny a lot. He should know better. I don't know if they hang out in a capacity that they would ever talk about trans issues. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, yeah, I have a lot of friends that I don't ever talk about politics with.
he was more than willing to marry her and adopt the child as his own. This isn't something many men are willing to do, but before you think this is some kind of admirable act of self-sacrifice in the name of love, Joshua, that is, after he became Poppy, not only came to regret this, but actually claimed that they were somehow groomed into the role of husband and parent, despite already being 19 years old when the decision to marry Juliana was made.
When I met my kid's mom, I buried every bit of trans that was in me and basically decided to do the whole like heteronormativity thing for a long time because I was A, scared of transitioning, and B, was thinking this was the right thing to do. I was an idiot, but it did give my kid a parent.
Whether Poppy here is a reliable narrator or not, I'll let you decide, but what's suggested is that they were already trans at this point, and internalized transphobia is what got them into that position. That, or this is just how Poppy rationalized their underlying wish for the regular family life they once had. Unfortunately, this is something they didn't experience for long, since soon after the marriage took place and the child was born, Juliana tragically passed away in a horse riding accident, leaving Joshua to be a single parent to their 3-year-old daughter. There's truly no overstating the magnitude of losing your partner while you still have a very small child to take care of, and part of everything that happens from here on out is set in motion by this event. According to Poppy, their daughter is autistic, though it's worth saying he deduced this was the case without a proper diagnosis from a doctor.
Yeah, so I was not always been the smartest cookie, and one of the things is I didn't have any idea how autism worked because I don't have it. I knew how ADHD worked, you know, I had that down, but autism was not something I understood, and my kid was pretty autistic, and none of the doctors, the people I took them to, not a single person ever mentioned a damn thing, probably because they're AFAB.
Though information is scant on the pre-2010 years, we can assume that it was roughly during this period that Joshua attended Wayne State University, studying to eventually become a mental health counselor. He'd left a career in restaurant management behind to focus on getting the degrees he would need to do this, but despite these healthy ambitions, there were signs not everything was okay. The first sign of the extremely sexually impulsive behavior that would eventually be their undoing was when, immediately after his wife died, he got with a random goth chick from a Renaissance fair because she was hot, and he needed someone in bed now that he wasn't married. I understand everyone deals with grief differently, not judging here, but they effectively put their child in danger. Poppy's daughter, whom I'll be referring to as Spawn since that's their online handle, eventually made a Tumblr post saying, "Poppy's first partner after my biological mom died was abusive, and I still..."
My dog just fell off the porch and into a kiddie pool, splashed me with water. You didn't see that? I talked about this a little bit, either last stream or the stream before, but I've worked with dogs for like most of my working adult life, and I can't imagine owning a dog probably ever again. Like it'll be a long time before I own a dog, but dogs will do some fucking stupid shit like that. They love walking, like some of them like to walk along, like, well, I guess all dogs like to follow pathways, right? Like they're very path oriented. So like you'll know this if you own multiple dogs and they like to chase squirrels, they'll take the same route every single time, and you'll end up with lines in your backyard from where they run all the time, right? Sondsol equals Christinum confirmed. True. Do not bring your dog around me. Yes, a dirt trail. So dogs like following like pathways like that. So if there's like a small narrow area that they could walk through, like a lot of dogs will just take that because it's just like I guess like dog psychology, right? But this is also good, quick information. If you ever like need to get a dog to follow you somewhere or something like that, if you just like open a door, right? Now there's a new path, and dogs like going through paths. Yeah, do send me a picture of your dog. Post pictures of your dogs in the Discord. I like dogs. I just can't imagine owning one myself right now, you know? But yeah, like if your dog gets out and you can see them and you like drive up in a car and you open the door, new path, right? If you want to have them come inside, right? And you're like trying to get them to come to you, but they won't come to you so that you can bring them inside, just like call them, get their attention to you, and then open the door and then walk inside. And most dogs will just start like sprinting towards the door because they love going on paths. Hunt.iceposeidon.com. What is this? I'm sorry. I don't care. Taking too long to load.
We'll have trauma from that. It's unsure what exactly was meant by this because abusive can mean a whole variety of things. Regardless, it's very possible this is in reference to the aforementioned random goth girl, meaning Joshua's pleasure-seeking activity exposed his daughter to a freak, potentially some kind of predator. Speaking of predators, Poppy has also claimed that not only were they a victim of CSA, but, and I quote, they reduplicated it and did it to someone else, this someone else being their younger cousin. It's important to say that this event allegedly took place when Poppy was a teenager and obviously not operating at their full rational capacity. However, it is inevitably something to keep in mind going forward, since believe me, it will become relevant. Another thing to remember is that Poppy has also admitted to being abusive to Spawn, which is confirmed by the latter in the same Tumblr post I just read from. While Spawn didn't specify what this consisted of, they suggested that it wasn't that bad, at least in this post. After this first partner, there were 3 more that Spawn could remember, presumably taking place anywhere between 2004 and the mid-2010s, none of which are considered relevant. It's only in the mid to late 2010s that Poppy, at some point, still going by Joshua, meets Xena, their primary partner and the one who is most known for appearing in the streams, mostly staying quiet while doing activities like knitting or coloring. Go play Warhammer like a real autistic person. Due to her passive demeanor, it's easy to trick yourself into thinking Xena is somehow milder in nature than Poppy, but you'd be very wrong. Xena, like Poppy, has a checkered past, and while she probably would like for people to only focus on the one time she played the martyr and got heroically kicked out of a Boy Scout camp for admitting to being a lesbian, it's not the non-binary furry coming out of the closet that's interesting here, but the skeletons that are still in it. Not many specifics are known in regard to the people she allegedly victimized or the nature of her actions, but another Tumblr post, presumably from someone in the same LGBT community as her, said, "Do not trust Xena. She is an abusive misogynist who has assaulted women in LGBT safe spaces. She is an aggressive trans misogynist who intimidates trans women, refuses to allow discussion of her trans misogyny, and preys on trans women." Though I do have to emphasize that these are just allegations, so as always, take it with a grain of salt. To add another layer of Machiavellian behavior on top of these claims, many people, including Spawn, have said that the whole being a quiet little grandma thing on stream is fully in act, as behind the scenes, Xena is even more aggressive and domineering than Poppy. Now is as good of a time as any.
I'm sorry, does it... grandma vibes? Does anybody get grandma vibes from fucking Poppy at any point, literally ever? Why are we on this drama again? Just because I'm curious what Turkey Tom says. If it ends up being super boring, then we'll not watch it. But like, the only reason I'm interested at all to rehash this at all is because it's escaped the hyper autistic political sphere of the internet and moved on to someone with 1.21 million subscribers that is a commentary channel, and other people who are involved with like Keffels, tipster, is now involved in talking about this. So yeah, Oh, it's the other person that's doing the Grammy act? Like, neither of them feel like a grandma to me, but
need to get into the alphabet soup of illnesses these people have, beginning with Xena. There are a couple physical conditions like migraines and IBS. Remember, she's a furry and probably owns a fursuit. Imagine how bad it smells. These are often cited as reasons for her being unemployed, along with something called PMDD, which is short for premenstrual dysphoric disorder, meaning dysphoria associated with accentuated PMS symptoms. But it's not just not having a job that Xena uses these issues as an excuse for. Any and all bad behavior gets swept under the rug of her conditions. If she gets upset and takes her frustration out on people, no matter how aggressive and methodical she can get, it's all the fault of her PMDD. But there may be a little wrinkle to that explanation. Xena takes testosterone, and the thing about taking T is in some cases it can literally give you roid rage, especially if you're someone with naturally low levels like she obviously would have. I'm not an endocrinologist, nor am I a specialist on PMDD, but while it is a real condition, it's not the root of her behavior issues, as many people would later point out. Seems odd that the testosterone doesn't even get considered in the discussion, but my point stands regardless. In Spawn's post, they describe Xena as not so bad when they first moved in, claiming that the only unusual thing about her was that she got sick very often due to their other housemates not being respectful about the substances they brought into the house. I'll have to do some text interpretation here because this could mean a lot of things. First off, it's entirely possible that housemates here may be referring to other partners of Poppy's due to their polyamorous lifestyle, but I'm not even sure that this was being practiced this early on in the timeline. As far as substances go, this may mean drug abuse was going on in the same household that a child lived in, which is worrisome to say the least. However, knowing Xena has intestinal issues and can't eat gluten, it may just be talking about foods that triggered her IBS. But as the 2010s approach their latter half,
I don't understand why there's so many. I didn't know about the IBS thing. Okay, damn it. I keep on accidentally pausing on the fucking pre-transition picture. I'm not trying to do that. I genuinely promise.
eat gluten, it may just be talking about foods that triggered her IBS. But as the 2010s approached their latter half, a lot of things changed. First off, after aiming to become a provider of gender-affirming healthcare, Poppy decided to get high off their own supply and transition as well, which is when the Poppy name popped up. At this point, Xena was still a neutral to positive presence in the household, sometimes even aiding Spawn with school and disability services. However, things changed drastically when 2020 rolled around, and all of them were confined inside their home. The aforementioned housemates were no longer present at this point, which is important since this meant it was just Poppy, Xena, and Spawn, who despite not being a minor anymore, was still obviously the person with the least authority in the household, being seen as and treated like a child. Absent other people who could potentially serve as checks and balances for dysfunctional and abusive behavior, Xena's true nature reared its ugly head. Spawn's Tumblr post reads, "Xena gradually became meaner and more controlling of me, despite numerous claims of them not wanting to be my parent. This is where those structured chore times and meal times start to come into play. Now that Poppy was working from home, Xena had to be in the living room a lot. Poppy always defended me when Xena had arguments, one-sided yelling matches with me, but as time went on, she started siding with Xena more and more. I didn't really notice at first because I still loved and defended my mom. It was my friends who pointed out that my mom was treating me poorly in May of 2022. The trouble started way before that though. I just didn't realize it was abuse and mistreatment. We'll get to the details of these chore and meal restrictions later when they're elaborated on by Spawn in a document made after they'd left the household. While it's still possible, let's stay chronological. While 2020 was named as the year things began to change, it went by mostly silent, a kind of calm before the storm. It was only in February 2021 that Poppy began having an online presence to speak of, and that's when things really kicked into hyperdrive. The second video Poppy ever posted to their YouTube channel was about how all mental health counselors have to be left-wing for them to practice ethically. In and of itself, this is the kind of OG Tumblrina core content that gets you ridiculed online, but compared to their later actions, this is a fart in the wind. The third video detailed their personal history with BPD, a sign that Poppy was nearing final form. Like Cell from Dragon Ball Z, but with mental illnesses instead of Ki. Their interest in treating mental illnesses became, or maybe always was, secondary to developing them like a human petri dish. I will admit that I have no idea which of these are amateur self-diagnoses and which are things real psychiatrists and psychologists have diagnosed Poppy with, but I'll go over all of them nonetheless. First off, they claim to have borderline personality disorder, and though the nature of this condition isn't super well understood, to put it bluntly, Poppy is to BPD the same way Xena is to PMDD, a mental condition that serves as an umbrella for any kind of misbehavior. Poppy also claims to have OSDD, and I'll save you from hearing the technical rigmarole and simplify it as a milder form of having multiple personalities, referred to as being plural. The thing is, being plural isn't recognized as a real thing, at least not yet. As a matter of fact, it's closely associated with kids who...
Isn't therapy inherently right-wing? No. The right fucking hates therapy. At least, like, in terms of the overall sentiment towards people going to therapy, I feel like left wingers are way more likely to either seek therapy or to have a positive view of it.
Watch too much TikTok and start thinking they're anime characters in real life and start giving themselves mental illnesses so that they have an identity to cling to. Before you consider the possibility that there is some credence to the claims of being plural, Poppy's headmates, because that's what they're referred to, are Penny, a tiger-shark hybrid described as a young girl, and Pepper, a tiger-spider hybrid that is canonically 12 to 14 years old. Does this sound creepy and insane to you? It probably should. Poppy's main identity also has an animal self, a hyena, specifically because female hyenas have what is called a pseudo-penis. I won't go too deep into explaining how that works because this video is already enough as is, but from the names with alliteration, the fursonas, and the bizarre age-related connotations, all of this is pretty disturbing, especially since Poppy has publicly admitted to having victimized a minor once, but we'll get to the practical implications of these alters later. The content being released was par for the course. One claimed that not dating trans people if you were straight meant you were a Nazi, and another begged everyone to wear masks, nothing too unusual for the political ideology Poppy espoused. Let's also not forget that the thumbnails of these videos looked like decomposing remains of an Armored Skeptic clone from 2014. Perhaps one of the most important and hypocritical pieces of content is one video titled "Authoritarian Parenting Can Lead to Abuse." Unsurprisingly, it seems that is exactly what was going on behind the scenes. As previously mentioned, Spawn eventually made a document cataloging the Discord messages they'd sent about the abuse going on at their house. The document noticeably doesn't cover the years 2020 and 2021, probably because Spawn was still under the illusion that Poppy and Xena's behavior was somehow redeemable, believing that it'd eventually stop and normal life would resume. However, after 2 years, not only did nothing improve, but it actually got worse. I can only assume that 2022 is when Spawn worked up the courage to start telling others about what they were going through. Many things documented here aren't that egregious, but instead they serve as proof that Poppy and Xena are only really hypersensitive when it serves them. For example, there's an instance here of Poppy saying that triggers are bullshit, something the majority of their audience would probably be appalled by. But there are some serious claims here as well. In May of 2022, Spawn describes how Xena forbade her from showering because she might need to use the bathroom, without specifying when. The context of this is that Spawn hadn't bathed in days and was walking around in 80-degree heat. Once they got home, Spawn, over text messages, asked Xena for permission to use the shower and got it, only for the permission to immediately be revoked, with Xena saying, "Actually, you should wait until we get home so the dog won't be alone for the 15 to 20 minutes you'll be in the shower for." If this seems like someone making up arbitrary rules just for the pleasure of micromanaging someone else, it's because that's what it is. Just 10 days later, Xena delivers a prolonged browbeating session over text messages, repeatedly telling Spawn not to move any of her things whatsoever, regardless of circumstance. The thing is, they're talking about objects that were sprawled over the couch, and Spawn only moved them to clean the room. In June, we get an exchange in which Poppy is complaining about how long it took Spawn to do the dishes, neglecting the fact that there were 3 days worth of dishes in the kitchen. I'm starting to believe in the horseshoe theory because of this. This is Mussolini tier obsession with punctuality. The trains must run on time. No more chuddies jumping on the bed. Spawn proceeds to complain about this on Discord, saying, "You can't offload 3 days of dishes on me and then get mad when it takes a long time."
I know that there are some people like I believe Queeman, and maybe Chud. I don't know if Chud. I didn't watch either of their coverage, but my understanding is they really did not see much of a. Maybe they saw a problem, but they disagreed that this was worth talking about, or that it was. Does it like? Is anyone here that like knows at all or watches Chud or Queeman? And because I just don't understand going through everything, why Poppy and Xena are either getting exonerated or downplayed.
Then they got mad at me for waking up late and got mad at me for starting my bed routine 30 minutes late. I am 22, but every aspect of my life is time. I still...
Chud kind of blamed the kid. I mean, here's like the real thing. It's really fun to dunk on Poppy and Xena, and they're pretty gross human beings, both like in this situation and just in general. So it's extra fun to poke fun at them. The kid probably has a lot of fucked up things too going on. Probably because they were raised by Poppy, right? But like, what did calling them a loser? They're all losers, right? But if you have a kid that has never been given the tools to advocate for themselves in their own home, right? Like when I was, how old is the kid now? Like very early 20s, right? Like I don't think that I would ever go against what my parents were saying. Like I was still living with my parents when I was 20. And if my parents told me to do something, I probably would just do it. I think it's more that it's more the right wing feels people use therapy as a weapon, like Poppy and Xena, and also that people use it to be overly sensitive towards everything. Well, I would say that it's more like the second one, right? Like you're oversensitive, you're a little bit weak. Why, like, just like suck it up, like deal with it, like that's life type stuff. So you live. Listen, do I look 20 years old, dude? No.
They'll have a bedtime, and they keep
I
moving
wish.
said bedtime earlier and earlier because of not doing other things on time. I literally have ADHD, autism, and a heart condition. I can't always do things on time, especially in the heat because of my blood disorder, which means heat affects me so much worse. I collapsed a few weeks ago, and we don't have an AC and haven't since March. The blood disorder being referred to here is POTS, a condition that can be really debilitating depending on severity. Basically, it means being upright for too long, and excess heat can cause intense fatigue, nausea, and other similar symptoms. Again, for someone with this condition, an AC isn't just a convenience, but can actually keep them functional while indoors. It would be inconsiderate for a regular
Here's a question. Was the kid ever officially, like, actually diagnosed with POTS from a doctor? Or did they, like, self-diagnose, or did Poppy diagnose them? Like, I genuinely cannot remember what that was, because like I maybe coming in after a couple of weeks with a fresh eye to everything, it feels super fucking hard to believe literally any mental illness or physical illness that these people have. It's not really something that can be diagnosed. Oh, okay. It's just like there might be something, it might be POTS, it might be something else, or it could be nothing, but like Poppy said that Spawn's dad was even more fucked up. Okay, well, if there's like heritability and you can like see it, then okay.
person to leave their kid with POTS for 3 months without IC, but considering how much Poppy and Xena virtue signal about being supportive and wholesome in their content, it's a highlight of their hypocrisy. And another
yeah, but your friends probably had parents that told them that their illness shouldn't rule them, right? Whereas parents like Poppy and, you know, assistant parents, I don't know if you can call Xena much of a parent, but like people that were also like adults in that child's life who also have that like you're totally a slave to your mental illnesses and you're totally a slave to your physical illnesses, and we're all just sad sacks that are going to live off of, you know, disability checks from the government. God, I sound like a fucking like crazy right winger saying that, but like with these people, I really do think it. Like when you have people that are constantly telling you that, and they're the people of authority in your life, you probably aren't equipped from a young age to try and work around those health issues is the thing.
incident, Spawn went to the kitchen later than usual, only for Xena to tell them they couldn't get lunch anymore. Attached is an exchange between Poppy and Spawn, which went as follows. I get that I was late, but I need food. I should be allowed to get food when I need it. Poppy, we have a schedule in our house. You need to follow that. Xena doesn't get personal time with constant interruptions. While I agree with you that making lunch shouldn't be an issue in the past, the problem is that often making lunch has been noisy or a time to overly interact with Xena. You are also positive with COVID. That's an issue as well. Please remember that. The schedule as a whole is more important because it will prevent close contact. Spawn explained that being sick made them hungrier than usual, to no avail. I don't know about you, but I find it strange that Poppy is willing to let their biological child go hungry while they're sick, mind you, just to give Xena uninterrupted personal time. The interruption here being noises in the kitchen, which I guess are enough to disturb her precious.
Also, like, for that one, like, how much time does it take to fucking cook that you can't allow your kid to fucking, like, make something super quick and then go back to their room? Like, my girlfriend is, like, literal OCD, okay? Like, actual diagnosed bad obsessive compulsive disorder. And let me tell you something, dude. It's never been so fucking bad that, like, even when I had COVID and we had like those issues of like, okay, well, she has OCD. She can't really deal with like being in the same room as me or in the same room that I was in recently. Like, we still made that shit work like pretty easily. So what's the deal with the personal time? They're so repellent as lefties, they drive people right. True.
Piece. Another example of this is when Spawn recounts
no, I'm fine with government disability aid. I'm not okay with it when people are gaming the system and taking that money from other people or making people feel like there are more people are playing into the idea that there are people gaming into the system, so they make it more restrictive for other people that actually need it, right?
Having to go get water from the fridge in order to take their medication, only for this to disturb Xena, who started complaining about how that should have been done ahead of time. The only reason Spawn was doing that was that their tap water was shut off due to maintenance, something unpredictable and not within their control. I have to make a caveat here to say, is Xena sleeping in the kitchen? What kind of arrangement is this that you can't do absolutely anything in the kitchen? Otherwise, the Dark Souls boss that is your furry stepmom will awaken and hurt you. Just a day later, Spawn says, convinced Xena is genuinely trying to starve me. I was about to make spaghetti, and Xena told me to make something quick. I go to make a PB&J, but realize I don't have any jelly, so I ask my parents if I can use their Smucker's brand one, and they say yes. Already put peanut butter on one half of the sandwich at this point, realize the Smucker's jelly is moldy and smells really bad, so I ask if I can use the other jelly in the fridge that's Xena's, for, need I remind you, a single sandwich. Xena says no and says, if I let you use it, then I won't have any left. Poppy has to convince them to let me use their jelly for one singular sandwich. Arbitrarily controlling food intake is a very common kind of abuse of parental authority, and given Xena is on test, as we've already established, it may be the cause of this antagonistic and territorial relationship she developed with the Spawn. However, while Xena was the main person behind terrorizing Spawn, Poppy also played a role. Despite regularly complaining that it was Spawn's own fault that their blood disorder acted up, claiming that they weren't eating properly, Poppy did things like labeling and withholding salami, one of the very few sources of protein in the house. I guess the furry thing was realer than I thought. These people are behaving like actual animals and claiming food like they're hunter-gatherers. From acting like putting plastic cups in the dishwasher was unforgivable, to yelling at Spawn for proactively putting up a gate for their dog, a chore that Poppy and Xena had neglected to do for months. It seems there was nothing Spawn could do to please them. To make matters worse, Poppy told Spawn things like, I don't think you can ever repair what you've done to your relationship with Xena, as if she was the one at fault for it deteriorating. Spawn was yelled at for going to the kitchen outside of their allotted time, yelled at for moving furniture to vacuum their bedroom, and punished with more chores. When Spawn complained, Poppy and Xena said that the domestic issues should be discussed during family meetings. But when the time came for these meetings, they either ignored everything or claimed Spawn was in the wrong. Noticing that things were being pushed to their breaking point, Poppy and Xena decided to task Spawn with making a list of things they were upset about, and the list was promptly made. It pointed out that Poppy and Xena didn't respect the strict bathroom and kitchen times, and for things to be fair, everyone should have free access to all common areas of the house. Additionally, Spawn complains that P and Z often didn't do their chores at all, letting them accumulate until Spawn had to do them all. While Poppy and Xena could opt out of doing something if they had a migraine, Spawn had to thug it out no matter how bad their pots got, and not only get things done, but get them done on time. To add to the previous mention of arbitrarily controlling food intake, not only was Spawn frequently forbidden from entering the kitchen, they also couldn't even bring snacks with them into their room, not even if they were drinks, which people with pots regularly need to maintain their salt intake and treat their condition. Based on the list alone, it's easy to interpret that while Poppy just seems negligent and occasionally unfair, Xena is systematically abusive. By doing things like limiting Spawn's access to the dog for no reason, and deliberately excluding Spawn from meals, it looks as if any source of positive reinforcement was getting cut off. One of the most damning aspects of the control they had was that no money was to be spent without approval from Poppy and Xena, even if the money belonged to Spawn, something many people have called financial abuse, since Poppy did, at one point, threaten to freeze Spawn's account. The list was concluded with a warning that if these complaints weren't attended to, Spawn intended to move out. This wasn't an empty threat, since Spawn had been planning to do so already, speaking to an unnamed friend to secure temporary housing in case the abuse worsened. However, Poppy caught wind of this and got mad at Spawn for it. This was Poppy's assessment of the list. Half of the list items were just dishonest, and half of them were partial framings that ignored any context. To be clear, I'm not a perfect parent. I was young, abusive, and shitty when they were young, and dealing with the grief of their mom dying.
Jesus.
But I spent 15 years in therapy and Zen Buddhism trying to make up for that shit, only to watch them try to become a wedge between myself and my fiance. Text messages show Xena becoming upset at merely being asked what her credit score was, despite the context obviously being to help Spawn move out. Poppy and Xena's complete lack of cooperation put the plans to move out on an indefinite hold. Meanwhile, after spending a week at a friend's place, Spawn comes back to find out that the house was so neglected in their absence that actual mold had grown on the counter. Not some moist and dark corner of the house, the kitchen counter. Every attempt to make domestic living less confusing and conflicting was shot down, usually by Xena, who refused to do simple things like use tone indicators over messages to improve communication, which is, I don't even understand why this is tone indicators. Why are tone indicators needed? Or let Spawn use the microwave after.
Okay. We'll watch a couple more minutes of this. I don't think... Is there anything new in here? Or maybe we'll just skip past the stuff that we've already definitely seen. Like the Spawn stuff we've definitely seen. But hey, if you guys want to link anything in the Discord, please let me know. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, like the stream if you haven't already. All right? I would appreciate that a whole lot. It helps out a ton.
And the answer is a definite yes. As I mentioned much earlier, Poppy is polyamorous. Though the only partner who's really stuck around through thick and thin is Xena, the other partner...
Oh, it's just irritating how everybody and their grandma in the trans community now has autism, ADHD, DID/OSDD, PSDD. I think 90% of it is self-ID and bullshit. Yeah, I know. Which is why I'm super against the idea that you would ever self-diagnose yourself with an illness, right? you shouldn't do that. Mental or physical. You should go to a doctor for that. If you can't afford a doctor, you can probably find a way. If I'm completely honest, I'm super fucking poor. I can afford a psychologist visit every couple of months so that I can get my ADD medicine, right? I don't have health insurance. I'm not fucking rich by any stretch of the imagination. It's just like, it's not hard to get a diagnosis, and I don't think that it's hard to necessarily get medical care. Like, if you think that you need it, if you think that there's something wrong and you feel like you have some symptoms that are matching up, go to a fucking psychologist and see if there's something that they can help you with. But other than that, like, fuck off with it. But the real reason why people do it is because you get more like street cred in these communities, right? Because you have more lived experience. The more things that have happened to you or are, negative in your life, the more credibility you have when speaking on literally anything in regards to those topics. And it also like kind of plays into the kind of like fetishization of struggle that a lot of lefties have, right? Like when you look at lefties, they're always trying to compare who's making more money, and they're out of touch, and you're not like down with like the real proletariat or whatever the fuck, however they want to say it. Like you're not a real person. You're just like a bourgeois, rich kid. So they often hide what their family's income level was growing up and shit. Watch this and get triggered. Oh wait.
So Brianna Joy.
Let me open in this one and then go back.
So
stop.
Are a revolving door of people with differing degrees of relevance. Until around the time Spawn left the house, which is early to mid 2023, there weren't many negative things being publicly said about Poppy and Xena, even if some people already disliked them. However, Poppy's behavior grew more and more erratic. The first sign something was wrong was when replying to a tweet by someone called Aaron, Poppy made a sexual insinuation about them, which was met with only one word: gross. But that's not the important part of the story. Poppy got quite upset about this exchange, saying, "I am a xenogender trans woman who literally uses a neurogender based on being hypersexual and a survivor of
What the fuck is a neurogender? Hold on. New vocab word, guys. Neurogender. Neurogender is both a gender identity and an umbrella term to describe when someone's gender is somehow linked to their neurotype. When someone's gender is somehow linked to their neurotype, mental illness, or neurological conditions. I swear to God, the more shit I hear about real shit, the more I hear in terms of like different gender identities, or like how people are trying to tie gender to your mental capabilities, the more I realize that it's just like almost never worth it to engage with like the broader trans community online, or to like, you should defend trans people when it comes to like legislation and how people treat them in general. But like there's just like no defense anymore. They've made it impossible to defend them online because of these stupid online actors. It's just fucking impossible. Like I am hardcore in support of trans people. I think that they should not be discriminated against. I think that they should be, not discriminated against in terms of housing or jobs or anything like that. You should treat them with respect, but when you got people like this who are talking about, I'm fucking ADHD gender, right? And I can't focus on what my gender is because I have ADHD, LOL. Or like, I have, autism gender. Like, please shut the fuck up. Like, I swear to God, there have probably been more trans women murdered because of people's perception of trans people as a result of stupid retard shit like this, then there are like trans people murdered just because like of like the gay panic defense. Like bar none.
CSA. She simply could have said it made her uncomfortable. I would have apologized and deleted the tweet. I also stand by my behavior. I flirt with everyone over 18, and if I cross the line, I will always apologize and make amends. I do not deserve this framing or BS. If you legitimately think I'm in the wrong, block me. It's ironic that this was said because the only reason this rant happened was due to Aaron doing just that, blocking Poppy. Woven through the tweets is the word succubian, a word Poppy uses to describe the xenogender.
Succubian? Like Yacubian? Is it succubian or is it succubian? Is a xeno and often neurogender, gender related to succubi. Those that identify as succubian may have gender that is feminine and seductive energies. Whore maxing. It's whore maxing, guys. It's my gender identity is sluttery. I'm sorry. I don't like using like terms like that for people, but like your gender is your sex drive. Let's fucking go, Moisak. Let's fucking go. You're saying I'm fucking going Kaioken right now. All right.
Or maybe the neurogender, whatever it is that's responsible for the unsolicited comments, as if giving it a name made it any less inappropriate. In the same way, PMDD and BPD have been used to justify bad behavior so far, Poppy's unhealthy sexual dynamics and compulsive lewdness are excused under the guise of them being succubian. However, we'd soon come to find out this signaled a much deeper problem, one which few knew about. While the situation I'm about to go over happened around the same time, May 2023, information about it only came out in August of that year, when someone named Melina made a Twitter thread accusing Poppy and Xena of being abusive hypocrites. We begin the series of screenshots compiled and shared by Melina, with Xena love bombing her into sticking around and being extra supportive to Poppy and Xena. If you don't know what love bombing is, it's when an abuser, consciously or otherwise, overloads their target with positive reinforcement so that when said reinforcement is withheld, they feel inclined to do anything to get it back, becoming easy to manipulate. This is immediately followed by prints of Poppy talking about the rates paid to their YouTube channel's editors, who are repeatedly referred to as volunteers, so I'm not too sure about the specifics of their arrangement. But regardless of the details, the highlights of these messages is when Poppy admits that being in sexual relationships with multiple of the people working on the channel makes it more difficult to keep things functional. Call me old-fashioned, but being in a relationship with your employees doesn't sound like a good idea. Though I understand the temptation. My editor, for example, is in possession of an immense BBL, but I resist the temptation to keep my business afloat. Once Poppy's done talking, Xena shows her true colors and essentially starts berating one of the editors for having gone to just Poppy instead of both of them to talk about their rates, something she claimed was erasing her, prompting her to say, if anyone's behavior is not up to standards, then they will not be on this.
I haven't heard any of this.
Essentially immense BBL, but I resist the temptation to
Did I miss
who are
something?
repeatedly referred to as volunteers, so I'm not too sure about the specifics of their arrangement. But regardless of the details, the highlights of these messages is when Poppy admits that being in sexual relationships with multiple of the people working on the channel makes it more difficult to keep things functional. Call me old-fashioned, but being in a relationship with your employees doesn't sound like a good idea. Though I understand the temptation. My editor, for example,
Want to know what I think of online trans people? This is going to be scary.
There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off, fuck that. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what?
Fucking pronouns! I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Current fucking day! Fuck off! We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda. Twat waffle! That's all you fucking are! Twat waffle! Fuck off! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit!
Okay, enough. Jesus fucking Christ, so stupid.
example, is in possession of an immense BBL, but I resist the temptation to keep my business afloat. Once Poppy's done talking, Xena shows her true colors and essentially starts berating one of the editors for having gone to just Poppy instead of both of them to talk about their rates, something she claimed was erasing her, prompting her to say, if anyone's behavior is not up to standards, then they will not be on this team. Now that sounds like the Xena we know. Melina, who happened to be friends with the editor who was getting berated, decided to get on voice call with them, only for Xena to start getting aggressive and yelling nonstop. Sound familiar? Once Melina expressed concern that this may cause more issues in the the future, Xena brought up the PMDD. From this point onward, perhaps noticing that Melina wasn't as malleable as other people, Xena became distrustful and even paranoid, in fear that information was being gathered on Poppy and Xena for an eventual expose thread. Turns out Xena was right, almost as if she was self-aware that she was an abuser, fated to eventually be exposed. Just a day later, Xena began doing the same routine she did to Spawn, deliberately not clarifying the tone of text messages and rejecting any attempt for Melina to get on voice chat to minimize miscommunication. It's not too worth it to get into the details surrounding it, but Xena and Melina went back and forth for a long time, with Xena repeatedly implying that while the PMDD excused her attitude, no conditions or triggers could excuse Melina's. This entire thing is so cancer. The conflict between them drove a wedge between Melina and Poppy as well, though the relationship was already fated to fail because Poppy was revealed to be a lot less comfortable with polyamory than they pretended to be. Soon after Melina mentioned that they were going to see another partner, Poppy began producing issues out of thin air about how this should have been talked about earlier, though it was clear that the real problem was that Melina was giving someone else attention. This is a pattern we're going to see with Poppy actually being polygamous instead of polyamorous, meaning they want multiple partners, but the rule is that they have to all be solely loyal to Poppy. Not only is this noticeable with Melina, but Poppy publicly expressed discomfort at the sight of another partner of theirs, Sage, interacting in a sexual manner with another user, though we'll get to Sage later. This is textbook stuff here. First, they love bomb, then, when any kind of issue comes up, they demand unquestioning submission, and if it's not given, they start cutting the person off and making snarky subtweets to psychologically terrorize them. After incessantly messaging Poppy and Xena over the course of weeks to try and patch things up between them, and after Poppy continued leading them on and feeding them false hope, Xena finally dropped the hammer, saying, "You still don't take us seriously, do you? You can't make decisions for me with PMDD. I don't need you in that way, and I don't want you in on my PMDD. I don't think you have the skills to deal with me or Poppy during any kind of mental triggers." Yeah, I don't think anyone has those skills, to be honest. What Xena calls skills to deal with them during mental triggers actually just means putting up with her bullshit. It adds to the overall absurdity that this was said in response to Melina trying to better understand how these conditions affected them. So, you can't ignore the conditions, but you also can't try to understand how they work to prevent them from causing unnecessary conflicts. You can only believe in what Poppy and Xena say because they'd never lie to you. That, or they don't want to establish how these conditions affect them because then they can't blame random acts of abuse on the conditions anymore. To top it all off, Xena actually tries to frame Melina doing research into PMDD as if it were a violation of consent, and I have absolutely no idea how that works. My guess is that Melina looking into how PMDD works made Xena feel like a scammer getting audited. Someone's about to uncover their racket. After they broke up and Melina left the server, Xena proceeded to post on the server informing everyone about what happened, but of course framing Melina as a toxic person in a variety of ways, none of which reflected what actually went down. A while after the relationship was over and done with, Poppy and Xena continued to rub it in by bringing it up on stream and further besmirching Melina to their audience, only to brush it off when confronted about it, pretending they were actually talking about someone else. Around the same period, Poppy, in a decision influenced by reading lesbian fanfiction, decided to get bottom surgery and create a GoFundMe to finance it. Once that was successful...
What is that? Wait, I haven't heard that detail.
Confronted about it, pretending they were actually talking about someone else. Around the same period...
So to summarize, I couldn't blank, and I was reading a fuck ton of lesbian fiction. This brought up something in me. Not only did it clarify that I feel more attracted to women overall, but I also found that I wanted to look like girls on the page.
Poppy, in a decision influenced by reading...
There was the obvious desire to be thinner and hotter, but that wasn't the main desire. I looked at the way women had sex with one another, and I felt like my body was dissonant with that. I don't hold this belief about any other trans woman, but for me, everything on my body...
Lesbian fanfiction decided to get bottom surgery and create a...
was getting better, and the more that happened, the more that my penis stood out as dissonant with the rest of my body. I can see another trans girl with a huge dick, and my brain goes, girl, but I don't feel that for me. When I see my dick, I just want to hide it. Fucking AGP. Someone get me the fucking clip, dude. AGP Chud Logic, bro. Where is the clip? Oh, you DM'd me something else? Okay. Well, we'll get through this. Just like, if you guys don't know, there's like arguments in like trans healthcare about like what is transness and all of that, and like what it calls from or where it comes from. And one of the theories is there are HSTS and there are AGP trans people, right? So HSTS means homosexual, transsexual. So if you are a trans person, so let's say you're a trans woman, you are attracted to men if you are HSTS, meaning You just want to be a woman and you want to fit into the social roles of being a woman. You just want everyone to see you as a woman, like, full stop. Like, you could be like a trad girl, you know, trad wife type, HSTS, but like AGP, autogynephile, is the designation that they said is for people that get sexually aroused at the idea of being perceived as feminine. Right. And so the AGP crowd is more likely to be straight in the sense that you're like biologically male, but attracted to females. Right. So really not doing yourself any favors. Like, the entire reason that you want to transition is because you get sexual gratification out of it. And then you like put out a tweet where you're basically saying, man, I was watching lesbian porn and man, I wish I looked like a fucking, you know, lesbian while having sex. Like, you're just like playing into the like trope of AGP, which is, I believe, a hotly contested idea in the trans community, but I don't know. I don't know that much about it, like the studies behind it or anything.
GoFundMe to finance it. Once that was successful, it was followed by yet another fundraiser, this time for a facial feminization procedure. As small as they were, PNZ had a pretty faithful audience, and Melina's thread didn't do that much damage to their perception in the community. However, much more people also came forward following Melina. The first person who really got the ball rolling on Poppy and Xena's demise was Noah Flake, about whom a Google Doc was made containing an exhaustive amount of their online interactions, showing Poppy doing the same thing they did to Melina, guilt-tripping them about their other partners. Poppy claimed that just seeing one of their own partners online actually gave them a panic attack, and that's just the tip of the iceberg of insane jealousy. The self-obsessed BPD maniac posting was compounded by the fact that, as mentioned earlier, Poppy claims to be plural, and actually has multiple Twitter accounts that interact with one another, publicly talking about the people they're in relationships with and tagging them to make sure they see it. By far, Poppy's obsession with Noah Flake was the worst one, counting the hours until they got to meet. I'll also make a brief caveat here that Poppy referred to Noah Flake as mom, which I just found really weird. The doc has a lot of Discord exchanges between them, which I won't read because neither of us deserve that much torture, but Poppy repeatedly flips from an age-regressed, needy personality to a hyper-aggressive, jealous, and demanding one. To shorten a ridiculously complicated story involving two plural people and their constant switching alters, it seems Noah Flake got sick of the pressure to give Poppy attention all the time and always explicitly reschedule whenever they weren't going to do that. So they broke things off, or at least they tried to. It's never that easy with Poppy. The breakup crushed Poppy, who was in peak obsession with Noah Flake, and Xena decided to step in, attempting to gaslight Noah about it. In one exchange, when Noah communicates that Poppy is demanding 100% of their time and energy, Xena simply claims that it hasn't happened, and proceeds to blame Noah for Poppy's meltdown using the good old BPD excuse. I'm not even sure what Xena was trying to do here. Argue Noah into unbreaking up with Poppy? How could anything good ever come of that? And to add to the general derangedness of the situation,
can you imagine debating someone into not breaking up with you? Just like, think about that for a second. Like, hey, I'm breaking up with you. I don't feel like you pay enough attention to me. Appeal to emotion. Straw man fallacy. Like, bro, chill, fuck out. You can't argue someone into not leaving you.
Xena tries to guilt trip Noah about them agreeing to be the parent to a kid. The kid not being Spawn, but instead being one of Poppy's alters. I can't make this up. Unfortunately, Noah fell for the guilt trip and re-added Poppy, and the following message was written by a 41-year-old grown-up, person. Runs over for hugs. I love you, and you can't go. You scared me, but I accept your apology. Squeezes you tightly. Admittedly,
what's with the meatball voice, dude?
there's a lot of context and conversation surrounding this, but this part really takes the cake. I'm going insane reading this. After a bunch of age-regressed, weepy guilt-tripping, Poppy sends a random selfie, apparently to elicit some kind of emotion from Noah Flake, ultimately failing, prompting even more weepy guilt-tripping, which, mind you, went on for 15 hours straight at one point. All of this was done to convince Noah Flake to meet with Poppy in real life at a hotel. And I'll add that not only were they begging for Noah to come, but they also paid for the flight to get there and the hotel stay, almost $1,000 worth of costs in total. When they finally did meet, they had a sexual encounter initiated by Poppy. But Noah immediately regretted it and finally broke up. Poppy didn't like that, not one bit. On the 23rd of December, this tweet was posted, with Poppy saying, "You broke a mentally ill woman for fun after your headmate was emotionally abusive to me, and you abandoned a child because it was convenient after you sexually took advantage of Poppy to see if you still loved her. Pepper can't be found in Headspace, and it is your fault." And what did we get? Emotional harm, a lot of tears, and possibly a UTI. Well, I have no idea about the UTI. Again, it was Poppy's decision to pay for all of these things, and it was Poppy and Xena pressuring them.
Yo, guys, let me tell you guys something. As a person who currently has a UTI because of the surgery that I got, UTIs fucking suck. Okay, I have a constant 100% of the time right now, like desperate urge to pee. And there's nothing left in there. There's just nothing left in there. So I'm like desperately feel the need to pee, but there ain't no pee in there. I can't do it. Oh, you want to leave me? Mott and Bailey. True. I'm so fucking confused. Which part? Oh shit, you know what? Autism Gender just reminded me. And I don't know why Autism Gender reminded me. There is another drama that we should go through. The politically provoked drama. It'll be like a 5-minute little segment. Maybe when we get bored of this, because I don't think he's going over anything that we really haven't heard too much of yet. But
Noah Flake to show up and behave as if they were still together. Poppy even went as far as to claim that Noah owed them money for the flight as if it was their idea. Soon after came more accusations of Noah Flake being abusive, even sexually abusive, in an assault by deception kind of way. They suggested Noah was an absent parent, again in reference to her child Alter, and seethed a lot about them having partners besides Poppy, an obvious violation of the whole polyamory thing, but at this point, who's really counting? There's also walls upon walls of text messages Poppy sent Noah over Discord, which I will bless myself with not having to read because they're just stalker tier drivel not worthy of attention. This is your brain on 10,000 years of roleplay, folks. People just become fanfiction characters in real life and purposely fill their lives with demented drama. This is a technically middle-aged person actually reposting cringe, sad illustrations and tagging their ex. Once the news that Poppy accused Noah of SA because they didn't continue dating after having sex hit the community, it finally got a lot of people's attention because of how obviously reprehensible, confusing, and what is even going on? Unlike Noah, Poppy and Xena had a small community to whom they spread their narrative, effectively committing defamation since they were accusing an innocent person of sexual abuse. As some people began rallying to Noah's defense, showing that Poppy was pressuring and badgering Noah to give in to their demands, other people who had experiences with P and Z decided to come forward as well. One of these people was a former associate of theirs, Dormiu, who recounted their visit to the P and Z household. Poppy maintained a habit of staying up until around 5 or 6 in the morning in the office, the room I was sleeping in. The issue was compounded by the fact that I needed to be out of the room by 11 a.m. so Poppy could attend appointments for clients. I was consistently running on about 5 hours of sleep for the whole week, and as a result, I was overly emotional and had trouble keeping stable. But the lack of sleep was nothing compared to the real reason I'm writing this thread. To make it clear, I was 18 at the time, and I'm only 19 now, and Poppy and I's dynamic was entirely platonic and non-sexual. In the first few days, an incident occurred wherein Poppy had been getting changed and I had been in the living room. Poppy emerged wearing a shirt, underwear, and no pants. I looked away, as I would naturally. Poppy noticed this, and her response was what upset me. Poppy chided me for averting my eyes and invoked my weird asexual bullshit. I am ace, but this had nothing to do with it. Later in the week, I was painting, sitting at Xena's desk in the office, and Poppy had just gotten out of the shower. She came into the office all but naked and sat down opposite me. When I looked up to greet her, I only then noticed that she was topless in front of me, and I immediately looked away, shocked. Poppy then, in an almost confused
Can you guys for like a quarter of a second like tell me it like it maybe like okay, so like every time we listen to anything that has to do with Poppy and Xena, I always immediately just like think of how normal and how happy I am that I have a normal relationship with my girlfriend. And I like look at relationships of like friends that we have, right? And the troubles that they have and how blessed I am to have a normal fucking relationship. Because we're both just like normal people. The idea that either of us would have a guest over to our house and not be fully clothed, even if it's like the stuff like wearing like a wife beater and gym shorts, like I would have to know that person exceptionally well to walk around like that in my own house if there was a guest over, right? Like they would have to, like I would have to be like either family with them or I would have to be like exceptionally close friends with them. I just can't imagine. You can't have normal relationships and be a Destiny Orber? No wonder you fell out? Well, I haven't fallen out with Destiny. I don't think there's a reason for him to hate or like me.
tone said, "What? They're my tits." I did not consent to see Poppy in any degree of undress, and she knowingly flashed me while I was a guest in her home. Xena overheard from the
Fucking
kitchen
weird
and
as shit,
asked what had happened. When the hilarious anecdote about Poppy exposing herself to me was relayed to Xena, they laughed it off. Just a few days after this drama began to get traction in the community, Sage, another one of Poppy's partners, began defending them and accusing Noah of SA, as well as painting everyone who'd backed Noah up as a bandwagon. Now, there is some lore that I don't think is particularly worth getting into regarding Sage, but I do think it's relevant that screenshots eventually came out that showed Sage aiding Poppy in acclimating minors to explicit stuff on their Discord server. Basically, Poppy was deliberately posting not safe for work furry art, and I use that word loosely, in the safe for work sections of their server, and Sage was defending them doing this. Make of this what you will, but believe me, it gets worse. Someone under the name Brit's Galaxy Brain on Tumblr made a post saying, "Poppy indirectly reached out to me in 2022 to offer her platform to help spread awareness of the individual this blog was made to keep an eye on. Poppy looked at all the evidence I had at the time, it has since grown and gotten much worse, and acknowledged the obvious danger involved. This person, Lily Orchard, has a load of documented evidence dating back to 2008 and a ton of personal testimonies proving she is a PDF file, a zoo file, and a serial abuser." Poppy acknowledged this. Instead of sticking to her word, she defended Lily against the PDF file allegations in public. Despite seeing the chat logs of Lily admitting to being attracted to children on top of the multiple graphic CP fanfictions she has written, Poppy picked multiple arguments with me because I refused to stop calling Lily what she is. I got sick of it and left. Last year, Poppy got in contact with Lily's sibling, whom Lily abused between the ages of 6 and 14, and wrote into damn near every work of fiction she's ever created. Poppy attempted to get involved with Lily's siblings as well as myself, even going as far as to send incestuous, furry, not safe for work stuff to Courtney. Let me reiterate, Poppy sent incest porn to a survivor of incest. These are very serious accusations and an entirely different can of worms, but it's definitely relevant to Poppy's case. Not only has Courtney, the person mentioned in that text as supposedly being the victim of Lily Orchard, personally backed these accusations up, but Poppy has publicly supported incest as well. Additionally, an old F list of Poppy's, which was unfortunately archived, contained interests with incest in a specified age range that went as low as 14. Remember that whole thing of Poppy calling Noah mom? Yeah. Last but not least, Poppy was also exposed for having shared Spawn's
Wait, hold on. Say that one again?
Poppy calling contained interests with incest in a specified age range that went as low as 14. Remember?
Does it say that on there? Fuck, I can't read it. Damn, that's gross as fuck.
That whole thing of Poppy calling Noah mom? Yeah. Last but not least, Poppy was also exposed for having shared Spawn's medical records on Discord without their consent and leaks the full name of a client of theirs.
Like, again, like, I've said this like fucking 40 times whenever we've gone over anything Poppy and Xena related, but like, sometimes there are just some things that should be kept close to your chest, right? There's just some things that you should keep close to your chest. There are some things that don't need to be shared with literally anybody ever. You should never tell them to anybody, even your closest friend, even your significant other. And that's one of them. Not like you have a fucking movie blog and you list out all of your favorite movies. Like, imagine putting every single private thought in regards to sex that you've ever had, bundling them into a list for the public to consume. Some things should just be kept close to the chest.
To their entire Discord chat, violating patient confidentiality, both of which are actual crimes. Mind you, at this time, P&Z were trying to frame all of their accusers as part of a cyber harassment campaign guilty of doxing Poppy simply by using the name they practiced under. One of the most concerning allegations that came out in this wave was from a tweet that read, "Poppy also helped to hide Lorelei Bailey, another predator and a federal informant of trans femmes, when it was revealed she was in charge of major survivor resource communities and was trying to build influence in political spheres." In the replies, the poster attached screenshots of Poppy interacting with the supposed alt accounts of this person, said to be a rapist and FBI informant, and at one point Poppy's partner. There are so many different cans of worms to open when talking about every misdeed of Poppy and Xena that it's impossible to tackle them all at once, and I bet more will come out after this video. But with all of these people attacking them, it begs the question, who was still on their side? Well, my best friend and love interest, Tipster, for one. Tippy was caught lacking when he was called—
Oh man, of course it's the very end. I'm glad we didn't skip over. I just wanted to see what the Tipster stuff in this was.
out for liking some of Poppy's horny tweets despite being married, and somehow this turned
She's a
into
nice
Poppy being the
therapist called
victim,
Poppy.
culminating in a mass flagging campaign on Bo Black's tweet. Another Poppy defender is my greatest fan, Keffels, who collaborated with Poppy and Xena to make anti-Kiwi Farms content, but that relationship also seems to have cooled off as time passed, and Poppy kept dragging Keffels into unrelated drama. At the end of the day, Poppy and Xena were alone to deal with the consequences of their actions, and the community they'd spent years catering to turned their backs on them. At some point, Noah Flake called Poppy's in real life place of employment and left a complaint, and I don't know if this was the direct cause of what I'm about to say, but Poppy was given an ultimatum. Either they would have to stop streaming permanently, or Poppy was going to lose their job. The job was what kept the lights on and the kitchen counter moldy. These two lived in New York and were paying for flights and hotel rooms for their multiple sexcapades, so I'm assuming the job paid well. However, Poppy refused to stop streaming, sealing their fate for good. Of course, this was painted as a violation of their civil liberties and transphobia, but at this point, Poppy and Xena's words were falling on deaf ears. They continued to have an online presence, yelling into the void about how Noah Flake was evil. Unsurprisingly, no legal ramifications ever came of those allegations, since if Poppy told the story to a judge, they'd either get laughed out of court or the judge would die like a Victorian child getting yellow fever. Just having to learn about all of this is too much for an old man to handle. Poppy can still technically practice as a counselor since their license appears to continue to be valid, but I doubt anyone will want to employ someone like that. Most recently, Noah Flake was interviewed by a YouTube channel called Bagman Burns, retelling the story from their point of view. You'd think that after all of this, Poppy and Xena would have some degree of self-reflection about their behavior, but no, not even a little bit. The only way they'd ever consider the possibility they're a bad person is if it's to self-flagellate for empathy or to immediately follow it up by blaming everyone else. So much for the wholesome degenerates, but I tried. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave.
All right. Let's see. What is this? Kyle Kalinske video. Also, 7 people watching on YouTube, only 5 likes. Let's bump the like count up. All right. If you like the stream, if you like the content. All right. The likes on a live stream help me out significantly. And it gets more people in chat with you guys. All right. When you guys like the video, more people are likely to come through stream and possibly chat in the chat. It leads to better content for you guys, leads to more interactivity for you guys. All right. Do you have any advice on what media I should consume? No, because it's all going to be like, if you're talking about political content, I'm going to say the same thing I say about everything. Like, go to what are like the strongest journalistic institutions that you possibly can. So like AP, Reuters, you know, the newspapers, like the New York Times or Washington, or sometimes Washington Post. Washington Post is generally good, but I know that conservatives have a big problem with them. But like New York Times, Washington Post, other publications like that, Wall Street Journal, like, Jesus Christ, please, for the love of God, just, if you're talking about like normal media, like pop culture stuff, like, watch what you want. Quick meme. Quick meme.
You think the age of consent should be? If you want to be consistent, you don't think anything updates, just tell us what you think it should be.
I think it should be past at a developed age, Destiny.
At a what is a developed age?
Well,
you would have said a law for it. What would you said it? What would you said it about?
It's a developed age.
No, answer the question, you fucking pussy. Holy shit, you're such a cowardly fuck. Stand up for what you believe in. If you actually are fucking Muslim, you're actually Islamic or whatever, then stand up for your fucking beliefs. Every other Muslim scholar online will do this. Do it. Stand tall on it. Don't act like a little pussy in here trying to grill fucking XQC on fucking on modern meta ethics or whatever. If you won't even answer basic questions about your worldview, what should the age of consent be?
You see how?
You see how you want to answer the question? You see how he's gonna yap and not answer the question? I'm gonna ask the same thing when you're done. Go ahead.
I just answered the question. I just told you.
What was the age?
I just told you at a developed age.
Sneeko thinks you should be able to fuck 9-year-olds. That's what Sneeko thinks, and he won't answer that question honestly. Or he's gonna have to give a different answer, in which case he's updated his morality, he's updated his views, and that's really uncomfortable for him. You don't have an answer to any of this shit, bro. Go back to fucking that fucking.
The day after. Oh, I didn't see what Sneeko's response was.
Point of contention in the debate yesterday was the age of consent, and I answered it correctly. It's the age of maturity. There's no specific age. It's always changed throughout history. It's changed throughout time. It's different in every single state, every single country, but it was pinned as a gotcha. So I got to get better at, well, I didn't get clipped, which is good, but I mean, like, this is why somebody's trying to press me like this. So this is insane. I don't know if he still believes this or Santa. I mean, Destiny, if you still believe this, hopefully you're able to clear it up. But the major,
the coping of going into like old clips of Destiny clipped out of context while he's arguing against, you know, raping children in order to cope about you saying a developed age. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see what Kyle Kuklinski has to say. And please, for the love of God, can this guy like go back to having the black hair? The blonde, it's getting to me, guys. The blonde is getting to me. Is Sneeko trying to be a debate bro now? Dude, he's been one. I say this as someone who grew up Muslim. The age of consent in Islam is whenever a girl is biologically ready to conceive, so basically around 10 to 12. Listen, I think the age of consent should be raised to 21 years old, all right? Once you can drink, you can have sex, all right? That's the safest opinion anyone could possibly have on the internet.
So Brianna Joy Gray really got into it with her co-host Robbie over on the show. Rising, looks like there's been some bubbling resentment underneath the surface for quite a while here. Certainly appears like that as an outsider looking in on this. But this moment here went viral because...
Ew. Replay 18 in Australia? Are you some kind of pedophile?
Brianna's fed up, and then Robbie in turn is even more fed up, and he tries to cut the break, but the argument goes on. But this is a masterclass in deconstructing right-wing garbage. Let's watch.
I don't know that most Republicans feel like the Democratic Party is actually trying to get their votes.
You heard Joe Biden. He put ads out saying Nikki Haley voters come to me. He put an ad out saying
policies that they support. The Democratic Party has moved
his border
far
policy?
to the left.
His border policy?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Most Republicans feel
Having
class
trouble
in
concentrating.
deconstructing right-wing garbage. Let's watch.
I don't know that most Republicans feel like the Democratic Party is actually trying to get their votes.
You heard Joe Biden. He put ads out saying Nikki Haley voters come to me. He put an ad out saying
policies that they support. The Democratic Party has moved
his border
far
policy?
to the left.
His
over
border
time.
policy?
Overall, if you go on most issues, maybe not the border. If you go on most issues, the Democratic
There is
Party
a whole
has moved
suite.
way.
I mean, Robbie, that's just totally not true. There's nothing about that that's true. The idea that the Democrats have moved left, I wish they've moved left. A lot of us on the left are begging for them to move left. On healthcare,
The Democratic Party right now is probably closer to like the 2016 progressive movement than they've ever been in the entirety of the in the entirety of the Democratic Party's existence. What do they mean that the party hasn't moved left? What do you want? What do you want? I'm not going to hold you like this the entire time, okay? Everybody say hi to Waffles. Everybody say hi to Waffles. Ow, you need to have your claws trimmed. Cause damn. No, you're not jumping onto the shelf. You're not doing it. Show cat? All right. We'll show cat. This is Waffles. She is actually a perfect cat. All of our other cats have problems. This cat has 0 problems. She is a perfect cat. The worst thing that she does is be too needy and too desperate for attention. But that's barely a problem. It's very easy to give her attention. All right?
they haven't moved left. On wages, they haven't moved left. On foreign policy, they certainly...
At the national level, they tried to implement a minimum wage increase, but they weren't able to because of the Republicans. They couldn't get, and also, what's his name? The guy for Manchin and Sinema. So they didn't have the votes to do that. Guess what? If you want something like that to be passed, since they put it in the fucking bill that they wanted to pass, if you want those things to pass, better elect more Democratic senators. If you want universal health care, you probably need to elect more Democratic senators. Pat. Don't knock anything over. But like every single policy, I feel like, with maybe the exception of the border right now because of the problems going on there, the Democrats have moved left on. What does he mean they haven't moved in foreign policy? Oh, well, like the idea of ever getting into any kind of conflict anywhere in the entire world for any reason whatsoever is antithetical to what they think the Democratic Party or the progressive wing of the party should ever push for. And it doesn't matter if, you know, Russia and China are actively trying to ruin our country, or, you know, like it doesn't matter what other countries are doing abroad. The United States should never get involved in anything. They're like ultimate fucking isolationists. They're populists. They're isolationists. All they want to do is silo America off so that we can artificially increase the wages of people here, not understanding that if you artificially increase the wages here, we're also artificially increasing the prices of everything here, right? They think that the idea that we should ever do anything involving like military power abroad, even if China and Russia are like actual evil, satanic, disgusting fucking, you know, regimes that are actively trying to colonize other areas of the fucking earth, not a good enough reason to try to project our power elsewhere. The border bill was basically a move to call the GOP's bluff. Democrats knew the Republicans would never sign Biden's border bill because they wouldn't have anything to campaign on. No. It was not just to call the GOP's bluff. If they wanted to do that, they probably would have just written a bill themselves and then put it up on the floor, right? But they had several Republicans, I think, working on whatever committee was drafting that bill, right? This is like a reskin argument that the Republicans make for why they didn't vote on it, because you're essentially saying that, oh, well, we put out this bill. We had no intention of it actually going through. It was just a political stunt, right? The Republicans will say this is just a political stunt for the Democrats to get political favor because this bill does nothing to solve the border. Democrats were trying to get that through. They were wheeling and dealing to get that through. They were trying to attach it to the Ukraine and Israel aid, which they arguably thought was more important than the border bill. So that they were attaching the border bill on there so that people would vote for the Ukraine aid. I'm forgetting if Kyle stuck with the force the vote crowd. I'm pretty sure he did. But it's basically the same Trump policy, LOL, that Pelosi blocked. Well, neither of those bills would be effective at solving the crisis at the border. It could mitigate it a little bit. But the problem is, like, yeah, they did block it back then, but they drafted a bill that was like overwhelmingly in favor of what the Republicans wanted, right? Because they were trying to get the Ukraine aid passed. Like this is the legacy of Joe Biden's presidency is going to be the amount of stuff that he tried to compromise with the Republicans on. It's 7 years too late for that solution. Well, that solution wouldn't have helped back then either. The problem is, and I'll show you a clip here in a second because Tron is reminding me. But the problem is that we need to fix the asylum system in the United States, because that's why people are coming over here and claiming asylum, even if they don't have legitimate asylum claims, because our asylum system is like, okay, well, you've claimed asylum. We now legally, by the laws of the United States that we passed when in our Congress back, I think in like the 50s or 60s, we have to let you in because this is just the way that we've always done asylum claims, right? If we change the way that we did asylum claims, then we could actually try to solve the current issue at the border, right? But nobody wants to do that. And I don't know why nobody wants to do that. I don't know why the Republicans haven't brought that up. But yeah, the border bill that just got demolished in the House got demolished in the House for the same reason that they demolished the bill during Trump's presidency. It's partisanship. But for some reason, in this case, the partisanship is all on the Republican side because it's exactly what they wanted just a couple of years ago. Trump had the House and the Senate, and all he did was let Stephen Miller separate children from their parents. True. And then argue whether or not those kids should have, soap for their showers and toothpaste for their teeth. 1 second. Tron, where is that video? Cat, you're directly in my line of sight. Directly in my line of sight. I do not see where you linked that. It's just a worse problem now. Haven't done nothing and reverse the policy. Only we want to go back to that policy you wrote 7 years ago. Here's the thing. The partisanship is there on both sides. All right. At a certain point, we have to stop caring about the partisanship. Like, oh, this will be a total own on the Democrats. This will be a total own on the Democrats. Oh, this will be a total own on the Republicans, right? Like, if you think that bill that you wrote 7 years ago would be helpful to mitigate issues at the border, then you should vote for it, right? Like, I'm super ultra fucking giga tired of the hyper partisanship all over the fucking place. I'm super done with it. From the Democrats and the Republicans. If Republicans put forward a bill that is good, even under a Trump presidency, they should vote for it. The Democrats should. Because we're not doing anything helpful. We're just stalling and allowing, places like Russia or China or Iran or North Korea or any of these states that are against us to go around and do whatever the fuck they want. They have top-down directions for the country, and we can't even pass a law.
He has been pretty
much faster process.
Obviously, your fellow Republican Mitt Romney has been pretty outspoken, saying that the reason the bill is having difficulties right now is because Donald Trump wants it as a campaign issue, so he doesn't want any attempts to solve it to be successful. And in fact, former President Trump, today is slamming your work, specifically your work on the bill. Take a listen.
Just to correct the record, I did not endorse Senator Langford. He ran, and I didn't endorse him. This is a very bad bill for his career. I don't know how a Republican senator can actually put a thing like this forth.
So just to correct the record, Donald Trump did endorse you.
He did.
But regardless of that, why do you think he's going after you and this border bill, considering this is the most, and I've been in this town for a lot longer than you have, this is the most conservative immigration compromise that I have ever seen come to this level. Previous efforts under Bush and under Obama were far more permissive, far more liberal than this. Why do you think Trump's going after you?
Yeah, I don't know, obviously, other than he has a different job than I have right now. His job right now is running for president, and so he's trying to be able to manage that, and obviously a chaotic border is helpful to him in the process on that. If Donald Trump was president right now, let me be very clear, we would not have the chaotic border that we have right now. Joe Biden is not enforcing the border, even not just like Donald Trump.
I remember this clip. The fucking political maneuvering, the razor's edge that he is tightrope walking right now to still support Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump is single-handedly tanking this bill, is it's actually a masterclass in talking around getting cucked.
If Donald Trump was president right now, let me be very clear, we would not have the chaotic border that we have right now. Joe Biden is not enforcing the border, even not just like Donald Trump, not like Barack Obama. We have 6 times more people crossing the border now than we had under Barack Obama. So this president's clearly not enforcing the border. But for Donald Trump, he's focused on the campaign. I'm the lead Republican on the Homeland Security Border Management Committee, and so my focus is the national security focus. I'm going to do whatever I can to be able to secure the nation as fast as I can, regardless of election cycles. This is something Americans are looking for and have asked for a very long time. We have got to be able to secure the border. Yes, it's going to have to be bipartisan. It's the United States Senate. It always has to be bipartisan. So let's work together to be able to figure out where we can find common ground and actually solve an issue. We'll solve as much as we can, then start working on the next level.
So
just amazing maneuvering around getting cucked by someone, but then not being able to criticize them.
Haven't moved left. On the border, they certainly haven't moved.
Would they be happy if your president was stood at the border with a gun? No. Like literally, there's never going to be any... The Republicans will never praise Joe Biden and the Democrats will never praise Donald Trump. Now, granted, my opinions are Joe Biden deserves some praise even from Republicans on some of the stuff that he's doing, and Donald Trump deserves zero praise for literally anything that he does literally ever. That's hyperbolic, but the idea that Trump has done like literally anything good for this country, the more I learn about like the social deterioration, like social cohesion deterioration, and then I look at Trump and I look at all of the Trump dick suckers and all of that shit. It's like, man, Trump has like actually been the single worst person, movement, and information source for this country in my entire lifetime. And I lived through the fucking Iraq War, okay? It's just... There's nothing that this man says that is useful, that is helpful, that is non-divisive. He's talking about like prosecuting all of his political enemies the second that he gets into office if he wins again. He's talking about like how vote for him so that you can get like the cathartic retribution against the Democrats and all the people that have wronged him personally over the past 4 years. It's just insane. It's quickly becoming the opposite, with the left ruling and right being the financially growing economies. Wait, hold on. Like Florida, even while it was a swing state, even when it was under Democratic control, it still had one of the biggest populations. Basically, if you're a state and you have access to water, you're going to have a higher GDP than a state that doesn't have water. Texas is going to be like the biggest red state in terms of contributing to our GDP, but like Texas is keeping the entirety of like red state, GDP afloat. And yeah, like what Moist Sack said right there, like we're putting like Biden's policies are putting giant manufacturing plants into states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Arizona, I think in Alabama as well, like into a bunch of states that are red. Yeah, I mean, it's still dwarfed by California, dwarfed by New York, right? But since you hate Palestine so much, you actually moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, so that's a Trump win? No, I think that was fucking a horrible move. And arguably is like the precipitation for the conflict, I think in when did that happen? Because I know like pretty soon after that, there was a brief conflict with Gaza, and then I've heard lots of people make arguments about what was the inciting factor for October 7th, but a lot of people have said that that's one of the reasons. Like, I've never said that moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem was a good move.
Move left. Sure, there's a handful of issues where they just did what's supposed to be basic democratic policies, like the NLRB, for example. Right? There's they brought 700,000 manufacturing jobs back. This is like basic.
Listen, I can't tell, Remy. I can't tell sometimes because there are so many people that will say some weird, deranged shit about what my positions are. Abbott's website is trying to claim Texas is the 8th largest economy. I'd love to see their math on that one. Well, no, hold on. Texas probably does have one of the largest economies in the entire United States. I don't think that's controversial at all.
Democratic politician stuff, or at least it should be. The idea that they moved left, God, he's got online brainworms. That's my takeaway. His brain is just poisoned by dumb online debates.
If you go on most issues, maybe not the border. If you go on most issues, the Democratic
There is
Party
a whole
has moved
suite
way more
of
progressive
policy.
over time.
In what way? It's been
That's
worse
what
on
charts.
unions.
Look at charts.
On what cultural policy? It's not policy. That's just vibes. Oh, you hang a rainbow flag out outside the White House. What's that actually doing for poor and working class gay
Green
people
New
in this
Deal,
country?
etc.
What? Where's there a Green New Deal? Did Joe Biden pass a Green New Deal?
He's a Green New Deal. They ran away from that at 5,000 miles an hour. It never happened. It's never going to happen. And
What was the Inflation Reduction Act? But like one of the largest green energy bills of all fucking time. Like it was the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a bad misnomer for it, granted. But like, my guy, do you know about any of the policies that you want to sit here and critique? Like at all? Or like you should probably know a little bit about the policies that you want to critique. Yeah? This is a world ranking, not a state versus state. I also don't think that that's necessarily wrong for Texas to be. Texas GDP. Texas, our $2.5 billion. Let me see here. Oh my God, Cat, please. Does it say what the GDP? I mean, if the IMF is saying that Texas's economy is the 8th largest economy in the world, that probably is true. Search. cat. What are you doing? Go away. Stop. Sorry, yeah, I'm getting stun locked by chat. I'm just interested.
Green New Deal, bro. They move left. Most of the Democratic politicians shit on the idea of a Green New Deal or don't bring it up at all. Never mind not voting on it and not passing it. Oh my God, this is like shooting fish in a barrel for Bree, man.
Did Joe Biden pass a Green New Deal?
They all talk in support of it.
Where? When? When do they vote in support of it? When do they actually act and push it? When did you see a single Biden ad talking about how important it is for him to pass a Green New Deal? Never. None.
Also, like the idea that like it has to be called the Green New Deal, and if it's not called the Green New Deal, then we're not going to say that he did anything good for the environment.
The Joe Biden, during when he was campaigning, the Joe Biden agenda has been the Joe Manchin agenda, and they're frankly proud of
Republicans
it.
can take comfort in that the Democrats.
If the Joe Biden agenda was the Joe Manchin agenda, then why did Joe Manchin constantly cuck it? No, you're fine, Goldfish. Like, listen, if you say something that's interesting to me and I get derailed, that's my fault. Okay.
Democrats don't accomplish all of the lofty societal transformations that they promise.
Lofty societal transformations, an overwhelming majority of Americans want there to be a wealth tax. This is not a partisan issue. The overwhelming majority of Americans want there to be universal health care. This is not a fringe leftist issue.
That's not necessarily true for either of those things. It depends on what you mean by a wealth tax. It depends on what you mean by universal health care. It depends on how you ask them that question. But these people are still going up based off of that like 2016 article that said that 80% of people in the United States want universal health care. Like, number one, that was 2016. Okay, almost 10 years ago. And on top of that, motherfucker, the idea that people want a wealth tax in the United States, they want like a wealth tax insofar as they want people to tax the rich rather than tax them. That's true. But when you start talking about a wealth tax, a lot of that's going to fall onto people who are, you know, waiting on their grandparents' inheritance or their parents' like leaving stuff to them. Guess where wealth taxes come from?
To the radar, running down. When 70% of Americans
mass
support
confiscation
something,
of wealth from other people is
I'm not doing this with you. When
You can't say it's a fringe issue immediately after she correctly points out it's an overwhelming majority of Americans, like 70%, that want a wealth tax. You can't then say, "Well, that's fringe." No, what you're saying is you personally don't like it, but you have the fringe position by definition. That's how numbers work. Oh my God. I'm frustrated.
It's insane to me.
Watching this.
70% of Americans support something.
It's insane to me that like they're still living in 2016. They're still living in 2016 before like the explanations for all of this shit came out or were like widely available or widely accepted.
Wealth from other people is
I'm not doing this with you. When 70%
okay,
of
I don't want to do it. More rising after this. Goodbye. Go.
When 70% of Americans.
Oh my God. What a bitch ass move, man. That is the most bitch ass shit I've ever seen in my life.
It is a little bitch ass that he didn't have a single response for literally any of that. But like, I'm a liberal and I can push back on these ideas. You're a conservative. You can't like point out how the policies that you would support as a conservative are different from those of Joe Biden. It's just like it's illustrative of the idea that these people, these like news pundits on these like side shows on the internet are just wholly uninformed. They read off the fucking teleprompter. They have like basic talking points, but they're not doing like any like helpful analysis.
Life. This is like, look, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt in this sense. It looks like his brain is just not functioning that well on this day. And I can say that because I've gone through that too. Some days you wake up, you're tired, you didn't have enough caffeine, you didn't sleep enough last night. You know, I'm doing a show in the morning. I've never been a morning person ever. My brain works way better the later it gets in the day, right? And sometimes my brain just doesn't work. It just doesn't. And you know, you're speaking, but you're just sort of going through the motions. You're not really connecting with your own words. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's in a moment like this. But for you to just Like, you just shut down because you have no logical responses. Cut the break, go. That's weak, man. You know that's weak. That's as weak as it gets, bro. By the way, it continues. I love how they start like they're going to cut to break, and then they're just like, okay, Brianna's still talking. Just keep it rolling, keep it rolling. Here we go.
When 70%
Okay,
of
I don't want to do it. More Rising after this. Goodbye. Go.
When 70% of Americans...
By the way, the whole point of the show is to debate. So you can't, like, get triggered that there's a debate.
Like, I feel like it used to be enough for me for, like, if there was supposed to be like a show that is supposed to show both sides of an issue, right? Like, we're going to give you the news and it's going to be one person on the left, one person on the right. That would be enough for me. But like at this point, I just don't think that that's enough. At this point, if you want to like represent the like general like large groups of people in the United States on what their like different opinions are, you're gonna have to have a fucking progressive, a like center left liberal, a center right conservative, and then one of these retards that think that everything is a conspiracy and the world is a Jason Bourne movie. Like, it's not enough. We don't have good representation in alt media, non-mainstream media of Democrat/liberal people, even if you're like fairly progressive like me, right? I don't really ever call myself a progressive because I get associated with people like Brianna Joy Gray or Kyle Kalinske. I don't ever call myself a progressive. In real life, when people ask me, I say I tell people I'm a liberal. I can't stand these people. I almost don't want to keep watching it.
This makes no sense. The whole point of the show is you're more on the right, she's more on the left. You guys are going to debate. And then you actually start to...
More on the left? This bitch is one of the fucking craziest fucking like purveyors of misinformation and skewed fucking perspectives in the entire world. The fact that she is employed to give a left-leaning opinion on a major company's fucking online alt media fucking thing is insane to me. It's insane to me. I can't stand these fucking people who want to like draw, like they want to equivocate. I'm using that right, correct? Equivocate. Use ambiguous language as to conceal the truth or avoid committing oneself. I guess yeah, equivocating. Like you're using ambiguous language here to equate this idea that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are essentially the same person, that Joe Biden agrees with the Republicans on basically any matter of policy. I just want people to be either more educated or more honest. I don't know which one Brianna Joy Gray needs to be. If I'm completely honest, I don't. I don't know if she's stupid or if she needs to be more honest. I don't have a good answer for that. But my fucking God, does it need to, do we need like a massive change in the online political zeitgeist?
Debating. I don't like this. I'm gone. Okay, then go fucking do a different show. Go talk about sports or some shit.
See, it's not fringe. And you can't just sit there and say it's fringe because you personally don't like it, Robbie. 70% of Americans support the policy. So my point is this.
70% of Americans do not support universal health care. That's if you ask them, do you think that everyone should have access to free or affordable healthcare in the United States? Something like 90% of people will say yes. Then you say, do you think that the government should provide free or affordable healthcare to those that like health coverage to those that can't afford it? You'll get like 75 to 80% yes. Do you think that the government should provide a health insurance option to compete with well, I guess that's kind of the same thing. Then if you ask, like, do you think that the government should have a system where I'm sorry, I'm struggling to come up with like a short way to ask this. Do you think that the government should have their own insurance plan and then have extreme or have high taxes on private insurance companies for healthcare? You'll drop down to like maybe 50%. And then after that, it's like, do you think that the United States should have a universal healthcare system and ban private healthcare insurance companies? And it drops to like 25 to 30%. 70% of Americans are in big left-leaning cities. No, but like this is like the total population. Like if you look at like that same poll that this stupid bitch is referencing, they ask all of these questions, but they only focus on that first one. Do you think that everyone should be should have access to free or affordable healthcare? And the answer is like overwhelmingly like 75 to 80% yes. But the idea that like people want to have universal healthcare in the way that they're envisioning it, where it's just like free at the point of service, right? Where it's fully taxpayer funded and there are no options or limited options in terms of private healthcare. Most people say no. Even in blue states, even in blue cities.
Joe Biden, universal healthcare.
That, depending on ask, I'm sure most Americans think that healthcare should be provided to people. How we actually pay for that and what the policy. Ask them if how much of them want Obamacare or socialized medicine, then they get
We've been
very little
talking
support.
about billions of dollars going out the door for Israel.
He's such a fucking nuanced troll here. Well, if you word the poll a very specific way where you say socialized medicine, then actually they're against it.
Well, that's what you're advocating for. That's very specifically what you're advocating for. Do you not want socialized healthcare? And if you want socialized healthcare, and you agree that most people don't want socialized healthcare, then why the fuck are you going to make the argument? Why the fuck are you going to make the argument that most people want universal healthcare?
Yeah, but that poll is loaded and poisoning the well up front. If you ask people it in a neutral way, they saw.
If you ask them how I'm not even finished with my fucking political science degree. One of the first things that you learn about is like constructing polls. One of the first things that you learn about is like the different ways in which you word polls. There is no true neutral way to word something so that you can get a totally unbiased answer. Because the way that you ask a question is always going to affect the way that people answer. Like here's a strong one for lefties. Do you think that people should be free to have sexual relations and relationships with anyone that they want? With anyone that they want. Most left-leaning people are going to say, yeah, gay people should be able to have a relationship with anyone they want. Trans people, lesbians, whatever. If you love someone, if you want to be in a relationship with that person, we shouldn't have sodomy laws. Yeah, I agree with that. I think people should be able to have relationships with anyone that they want, even sexual. Do you think that people should be able to have relationships, sexual relationships with anyone of any age? Ooh. Let's have some qualifiers on that then. Let's have some qualifiers on that, because I don't support, people under the age of 18 having sex with adults. Yeah, YouTube can't handle all of the massive chatting that we have going on right now. Based.
With universal healthcare.
It's something you don't agree with.
By the way, first off, hey chat, how are you guys doing? I'm arguing with a little bit of stuff. I'm triggered a little bit, but how is YouTube chat doing? Kick chat, how are you guys doing? All right. Like the stream if you're watching on YouTube. All right. If you guys want to support me, we've just got word that I'm officially moving to DC. We have signed the lease and we're needing to save up money for that move. I also just had medical bills. If you guys want to support me, join as a member on the YouTube. That would be super awesome. We have 3 or 4 people in the membership program. We have 3 or 4 members on YouTube, and I want to bump that up, and then I want to be able to do some stuff for the members that are extra cool and extra special. So consider doing that, or using the donation link in my description. Because your boy is poor. I have massive medical bills after my surgery, etc., etc. Supporting the headline of a policy is not the same as supporting a policy. True. Calling Brianna a bitch. Why? Because she's a stupid, hyper-partisan, uneducated, fucking dumb bitch. Because I cannot stand the framing of literally anything that she says. The idea that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are in any way similar. Whoa there, buddy. Listen, I'm sorry. They're like, I try to refrain again from using things that people might perceive as sexist when I'm talking about a female news pundit or content creator or anything like that. Generally try to, but in this case, these people are just like, I think that Brianna Joy Gray is a genuinely bad person in the first place. And then when you look at anything that she says in regards to politics, it is the most uninformed, like hyper partisan towards like leftism bullshit that you've ever seen in your entire life. I cannot stand this. See, now I'm all fucking worried about the things I'm saying being taken in like the worst bad faith way possible. But like, she's a bad person. She is a fucking propagandist. And I don't mean that in the neutral propaganda way. I mean that in she is trying to sell something to people that is false so that they will agree with her politically, but her ideas politically are fucking dog shit. And she's lying. She's just not truthful. For the politically provoked segment, true.
But at no point did you say, how can we pay for that? Not once.
What do you? I don't.
We've been talking about,
yeah,
but you haven't questioned how we're going to pay for it. You said we shouldn't pay for it, but there's an expectation that when it comes to military spending, of course we can pay for it. The second
I don't think we can pay for it. No, we're running up. No, we cannot afford to do the military spending
about delivering for the health and welfare of the American people. That phrase comes up again.
That's not true at all. I don't think
nowhere.
we can afford.
What did she say?
Spending, of course we can pay. Questioned how we're going to pay for it. You said we shouldn't pay for it, but there's an expectation that when it comes to military spending, of course we can pay for it. The second
I don't think we can pay for it. No, we're running up. No, we cannot afford to do the military spending
about delivering for the health and.
And she's not even giving what his take is. Like, he's sitting there. No, I wouldn't say that. And then she just keeps on going with the straw man attack. And also, we should be funding our military because otherwise we're going to get left behind fucking Russia and behind fucking China. And those places are goddamn the worst places on fucking earth. Like, they're actively against literally everything that the US holds dear, including the values that leftists think are important to them, like freedom of speech. They are against, freedom of the press. They are against, having a rules-based world order where, like, the ICJ can bring claims of genocide against people. Even though like I'm very like pro-Israel in regards to what's going on right now. I'm not like fully in support of Israel. I obviously have criticisms, but like I don't think that the ICJ shouldn't ever look into what Israel is doing in Gaza. I think that the UN, the ICJ should be doing that. These people are unironically in support of places that, yeah, Western values. I'm sorry. Western values, the more that I learned about fucking socialism, the more that I learned about like basically everything that happened during the Cold War, everything that happened leading up to the Cold War. Yeah, I'm sorry. Western values are better than whatever the fuck they got going on over there.
welfare of the American people. That phrase comes up again.
That's not true at all. I don't
out of
think we can
nowhere.
afford, that's just absolutely misrepresenting my position. I do not think we can afford the military
Check the
spending
notes.
we're doing at all.
I would bet every dollar in my bank account that you haven't said, how are we going to pay for that one time in a year?
How are we going to pay for it?
talking
We can't pay for it, and we should. I don't want to raise
And yet
taxes
you've
to
not
pay
said
for the
that.
military spending.
You haven't said, how are we going to pay for it? Not a single time.
I mean, you're right. I've been preoccupied with, yes, we should not pay for it, but we also can't afford to do it, and
well, how
the
about you
military
stick
is
to
running up
we
our
should
deficit.
not pay for Medicare for all? Stick with that then. Sit here and stand by the notion that you think that we should not pay for Medicare for all. But most Americans, America.
Because again, like the Medicare for all policy specifically is what people don't want. People don't want the Medicare for all policy. That is the policy that people don't want. The one that when you ask them about that policy in polling, they do not want it. When you offer like the idea of like the mixed kind of healthcare systems that you see in like Germany, Canada, et cetera, like those are much more popular in the United States. You can get way more support behind those ideas, and they're actually proven to be more effective than like the state-run Medicare for all style like healthcare systems like you get in England. Even though the healthcare system in England is slightly, I would say it's like, in terms of the pros and cons, it's a wash for like whether it's better or worse than the American system, but it is better for like, in terms of like average people being able to go and get healthcare and get checkups on a regular basis. It's not as good in terms of wait times and shit like that, you know? But I'm hard, like even the places that they suck off, that they want to like emulate 100%. I think Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, I don't think that they have like the Medicare for all model. I think the Medicare for all model is more extreme than even those places.
The country, our government, should not pay for Medicare for all. That seems to be your stance, as you framed it with respect to a bunch of other expenditures.
Right.
But
I don't want the massive bloat that we have in our education and health system and other to impact whether people can get care, like in other countries that have those arrangements where people wait in lines for care for weeks and months and years. In fact, coming to America.
It's literally like number one, waiting lines for care. Listen, I spent 4 days in the fucking emergency room this month, okay? I was waiting in lines for the overwhelming majority of those visits. The overwhelming majority of the time that I was there, I think I spent nearly 24 hours just getting diagnosed with a kidney stone. And they ended up giving me a fucking UTI. They didn't give me antibiotics after the surgery that were effective. So now I'm still in pain. And I'm still running up the massive healthcare bill. So like our system is fucked on so many levels. Ours is like, in the developed world, we literally have like the worst fucking healthcare system. I would rather have no cost and still like wait than like do whatever the fuck, like completely deregulating the healthcare industry.
Oh my God. There's immense wait lines here too, bro.
True.
They just do a wallet biopsy before you get your care if you're wealthy.
The solution is not to move towards complete separation of government and economics. Sorry.
You're more likely to get it fast. If you're not, you might be fucked. The idea, like he's trying to use the dumbest argument ever to make the case that the U.S. system, healthcare system, is actually better than others. That's absurd. It's absurd.
The technologies that we have are probably better than a lot of countries. I don't want to say like most in the developed world, but like in terms of like the quality of care, we probably are up there, right? I'm not going to lie about that. But in terms of like literally every other aspect of the healthcare system, we are behind the rest of the developed world. Front Yard Shield brought up Hayek. Guess who's getting a 10-minute timeout? Oh, well, it won't let me do a 10-minute, so I guess... Oh, wait, no, I can. I can do 10 minutes.
Absurd. Every single objective, empirical...
Just do the European model? Well, which one? Like, if we're doing the European model, I don't want to do the NIH fucking British model. That shit's dog shit. but it's still better than what we got, but it's dog shit. I'd rather do like closer to what Germany has, or what like one of the Nordic countries. They're pretty good. France's is better than ours. Canada's is better than ours. But like there are multiple European models. I mean, I would like to, trust me, I want to do anything but the UK's, but like the support for that in the United States is just not there right now. Our bills are crazy. No, that's not why we do. Why ours are expensive. Ours is expensive because we don't have one healthcare system. We actually have like 5 to 6 healthcare systems, right? That are like not part of the government. We have because we also have we have 5 or 6 that are civilian, and then 3 that are military. There are like 3 different systems working within the VA to make the collective VA healthcare system, and there are like 6 different ones in the civilian market. In the civilian market, you do have Medicare and Medicaid, but then you have like all these different. I'm sorry, like this is bureaucracy bloat, where the only reason that the healthcare is getting more and more expensive is because you have to like contact this part of the system, who are then going to contact that part of the system to tally up the total, who are then going to send it to the third system that are going to, it's bureaucratic bloat. But that's on the private market side, right? The research and development, yes, that's super true, right? But that doesn't affect the market of healthcare. In terms of what we're getting, like when it comes to like the direct I don't know what the correct term is, like patient care or surgeries or something like that. That shouldn't be as expensive as it is. But because you have to go through like insurance companies, and then they have to go through different filing companies and payment processors, that increases the price like 1,000%. That's what like the major issue is. And it's just like an amalgamation of different things that came about kind of naturally through I think from like the end of World War II through the 80s, and that's when it kind of like fully solidified as it is right now.
Way of measuring it disproves what he's saying. Don't take my
yeah. If you make them pay for the amount of research equal to ours, right? Like the pharmaceutical companies and the like healthcare technology systems that we like fund. Yes, that's one thing, but that's not where the like price point for consumers, because those same systems get sold all over the world, right? And the price point for those people aren't as high as ours. Like I feel like I need to pull up. Maybe I'm like talking out of my ass. So we have medical tech company A. We have pharmaceutical company A, and no. And then we have like, one second. Can you guys even see that? Let me hide this for a second. And then we have like the point of care area, right? Like, so this is going to be like the hospital systems and shit like that, right? So the tech companies, the medical tech companies, they're going to make like, the CAT scans, right? And they want to make a more efficient CAT scan machine, right? CT scan machine, right? They're going to put a bunch of money into that. They're going to set a price point for it, and then they're going to sell it. But that's not where the price for this is. I mean, like, you might get an increase in price if you get a better CT machine, but so are the people in Norway, so are the people in Germany, because they're also buying that same fucking CT machine, right? Same thing with the pharmaceutical companies. If they make a new vaccine, right? Now they're going to like pour a bunch of money into that, and they want to recoup their losses, right? And that's going to go to the consumer as well, to the hospital system, right? And the hospital system is then going to mark it up towards the consumer, right? But the funding for the research is not going to be directly passed on to the consumer like that. The real issue with like the point of care cost in the United States is largely to do with like bureaucratic bloat.
My word for it, look at the World Health Organization, look at the Commonwealth Fund study. It is very clear. We get draxed in almost every single way you measure. And by the way, South Park just did a piece on navigating the U.S. healthcare system and health insurance, and it is hilarious, and it is spot on.
The care they can't get in Canada, the system you profess.
Yes, I wish we had healthcare like Canada. I wish we had healthcare like Israel.
Canadians wish they had healthcare like America. But
I wish we had healthcare like Israel, where people don't
Only the super mega rich ones, you prick.
Die in the street, or
I'm sorry,
have to get
I was reading something.
I wish we had healthcare like Canada. I wish we had healthcare like Israel.
Canadians wish they had healthcare like America. But
I wish we had healthcare like Israel.
No, I've never heard a Canadian that says that they wish that they had healthcare like America, because there have been efforts to try and like privatize parts of the Canadian healthcare system, but even the conservative parties that want to do that never push for that hardcore, because they'll get voted out of office, because people want their healthcare cards, right? They want to like have access to healthcare. There's a reason why they don't fix what's going on in England with their healthcare system, because people like it, and so they just keep on throwing money into it without trying to like fix the underlying problems. I mean, Jerry Johnson, like, yeah, I 100% agree, and I understand a lot about the research side of things, because I had to do a bunch of research for a debate that I had one time. Ironically, it was, or I say ironically, no, it was I was debating against Vosh and a bunch of other lefties, and I put like fucking 5 days of research into the funding of research and how that affects the cost to people, like at the pharmacy, et cetera, right? So I understand how all that works, and I think that that's largely fine the way that we do it. There could be some fixes that make things a little bit more efficient and less costly, but that's like going too deep into policy on that. Like, largely it's fine. But what we need to do is we need to fix the healthcare system, not the pharmaceutical system, or like the pharmaceutical industry. We don't need to fix the like health technologies industry. We need to fix the healthcare system. You debated Vosh? I haven't seen this. It was a long time ago. And they just like hand waved literally everything that I said, and were saying like, oh, so you don't think that people who have insulin should be able, or who need insulin should be able to get it? I was like, no, I'm telling you what the best way for us in the United States to do that would be. Like, it was just like Vosh and that James from the internet retard continually just mischaracterizing everything that I said, while I was trying to explain to them, like, yeah, I want people to have lower health care. I'm not a conservative. I'm not saying that we should privatize everything. I'm saying there should be some sort of legislation that passes that regulates the healthcare industry in a way that, anyways, or the pharmaceutical industry, anyways.
Where people don't
Only the super mega rich ones, you prick.
Die in the street, or have to get extremely expensive emergency care that average Americans have to pay for anyway, because they can't get preventative treatment. I think that we're the richest country in the history of the world, and there's a relationship between the visceral pushback that you get when you start bringing up Medicare for all and a wealth tax, and how popular they are, and how much
cost the American government more than the military, but the military is also bankrupting us. I agree, and I would
how much
lop it in half overnight. But you can't just end foreign military spending, or even domestic military spending would not bring our budget in line. It's the entitlement system that is causing us ruinous debt that we will pass on to our children.
Oh, shut the fuck. In other words, you got to get rid of Medicare. You got to get rid of Medicaid. You got to get rid of Social Security. That's where all the money's actually being spent. Hey, don't look at the fact that these are phenomenally successful anti-poverty programs. Don't look at the fact
they might be like somewhat successful anti-poverty programs, but also we're about to like get fucked on it, because the cost of it is going to go up because the boomers are all retiring. So something needs to be fixed, but I'm not sure that they would ever agree with that.
The fact that people paid into it and they're getting back what they're owed. Don't look at the fact that these programs pull overwhelmingly popular. Don't look at any of that. That's where you got to cut.
The NHS, not NIH, the NHS, every year they up the funding for the NHS, but they need to streamline it so that there isn't as much like bloat. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you, fucking Lindsey Graham, Robbie, right? Like, how are you any different than fucking Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney or Chuck Grassley? This is just down the line, standard conservative republicanism. And this idea of like, oh, I'm going to represent the anti-establishment, right? Anti-establishment, my fucking ballsack.
And how much goes into preventing those perspectives from being reflected on a program.
Also, like, they're so, like, Kuklinski here and Brianna Joy Gray, they're so out of... You can't pretend that there aren't anti-establishment conservatives. That's the entire MAGA movement. But you're out of touch. Did I already pick an attack? Oh, I did. That was dumb. Oh, well.
Like The View, and where someone like Charlemagne comes on and says...
So now they bring it back to what the original conversation was about, which is Charlemagne reversing course on Biden. And basically, they were trying to arm twist him into endorsing Biden, and he wouldn't do it. And that's what the point of this segment is. Look, there's actually a really interesting takeaway from this. It is possible to do a show that has a left-right dynamic where, in theory, the casual viewer might say, hey, they actually seem to agree on a bunch of stuff. Look, they're both criticizing Joe
populists.
Biden. They both don't like Joe Biden. So even the left and the right can get along and agree that they don't like Joe Biden. But here's the problem. That's kind of misleading because the specifics, the devil is always in the details, and the specifics are wildly different. So for example, in a left-right show, yeah, you could both bash Joe Biden, but why does the left-winger not like Joe Biden, and why does the right-winger not like Joe Biden? Well, one example that we've seen a lot recently is the left is screaming at Joe Biden, stop arming and funding a genocide. Stop greenlighting the carpet bombing of babies. Stop it.
Wow.
Stop it. Stop it. That's the left-wing perspective. What's the right-wing perspective? I'm really against Joe Biden because he's not standing by Israel enough and not sending enough money and weapons to Israel and not greenlighting enough bombings of babies. And so fundamentally, even though at the surface level it might look like, hey, look, they agree, they're bashing Joe Biden, there is no agreement there at all. And that's why I actually love this conversation, because it shows you that surface level bullshit is just bullshit. Oh, anti-establishment left and anti-establishment right agreeing. They're not agreeing. In fact, they wildly disagree, and you have to get down to the meat of it. And the point Brianna was making is like, you always say, how are you going to pay for it when it comes to Medicare for all and things of that nature? You never say, how are you going to pay for it when it's for war? And he's like, no, I still, don't want to pay for that either because of the debt or something. Okay, but then everybody on the right needs to stop making that dumb argument. Well, let's not send money to Ukraine because how the fuck can we got people here that need help? But it's like, you guys don't support any of the bills that are actually to help people here. So stop saying that. Stop saying that. Say, I have a principled disagreement with any and all government spending, because at least that's more honest. Don't use the argument, stop spending there so we can spend here, when you don't support spending here. So there's a lot of like slimy, disingenuous...
I mean, like, I agree with that take. That's like an argument against the Republican Party of 20... pre-Trump. That's the Republican Party of pre-Trump, though. Actually, no, I guess it is still kind of the Trump Republican Party, because they also want to get rid of like Social Security. They also want to like do that sort of stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, there are populist conservatives in the United States who agree with a lot of shit that you agree with. Just not for the same reasons why you agree, why you want those things.
Arguments used from this so-called anti-establishment right. What you're seeing here is there ain't no anti-establishment bone in his body, bro. And by the way, can't handle the debate when you actually get into the specifics and gets pummeled into the ground. And it's basically like Brianna is shooting fish in a barrel. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as...
Thank God that that's over. Holy fucking shit. Okay, I'm going to have to, think we got time for like one more segment, just about. Oh, 1 second. Let me answer this phone call. Fuck. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
I think that intent.
All right. What is this? Fuck, I can't tell. Can't tell if I have the noise canceling on or not. Check my DM. A new profile pic. I mean, it's good. It's good. It's a good picture. All right, give me like 2 seconds. I'm going to run downstairs and piss because medicine is telling me to, and I will be right back. Oi. Oh, sorry. I didn't think about it. But it was really quick. It wouldn't have been long enough to get anything out of it. Okay, is this... When was this? This was a long time ago. Do we want to watch this?
Intent is drawn there. Like, am I delusional here or like?
No, what are you talking about? So is it intention or the word? Because
Who the is joined, Cut?
Clearly, Cuffham does not hate.
Sorry, I don't care. All right, let me see here. Anything else that we should go over? It's recent, but like, do we want to go over something that happened a month ago that we've already talked about on stream? Is that something we want to do? It is funny, but 1 second. Let's see here. Let's look at content suggestions. I feel like, oh, I remember. So a long time ago, I did a debate, and that debate was with a neo-Nazi. Check my DM. Just watch the intro to Trigger Panda? Okay, we'll watch the intro to Trigger Panda.
If I went to the Egyptian desert at the time that the story is alleged to have taken place in history, would I see a mass movement of Israelites?
Let's take it apart rationally. So,
oh my God. Materially, what do we see? What is the material, physical reality of what we see?
I would say that's not my problem.
It is your problem. The whole point of language is to make things understood to other minds. Do you materially think there was a Jewish exodus from Egypt? That's all I want to know. So Alex is trying to separate out all the other I just want to know that one thing. Let's see what he says to this.
Yeah, well, literal is a very hard thing in a circumstance like that. It isn't obvious to me at all which of those two. Yeah, well, literal is a very hard thing in a circumstance.
Materially think there was a Jewish exodus from Egypt. That's all I want to know. So Alex is trying to separate out all the other I just want to know that one thing. Let's see what he says to this.
Yeah, well, literal is a very hard thing in a circumstance like that. It isn't obvious to me at all which of those two accounts is more real.
Suppose that you were a witness to this crime. Police pull you into questioning as a witness.
Yeah.
And they say, we're trying.
Oh my God, hold on, wait. You're a witness to a crime. Oh boy, what does he say here?
Yeah. They're trying to get your help. Dr. Peterson, what happened?
Look at the Jordan.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's going to trigger him. I'm going to have to scroll real far down. So a long time ago, when I first started streaming, I was cutting my teeth debating a bunch of neo-Nazis, actual neo-Nazis, on a platform called Politically Provoked. It was a Facebook group that got banned because they, you know, had too many Nazis come in, and then they moved on over to YouTube streaming, and then they got banned from there as well because they got too many Nazis on their channel. That's where I was going a lot of the time to get into debates so that I could have content. I also fucking hate extremists. So especially at that time, I hated right-wing extremists, but as it is now, I hate all extremists. And Sondsol versus Mio round 1. There we go. And then let's also pull that one up. So in this video, we have the lady who was one of the hosts. We had one of the ladies, or the lady that was the host of Politically Provoked, Brittany, coming on to argue with me. What was it about? Discord drama. I tried to give them tips on how to not get banned off of Discord, right? You're going to have to moderate the stuff that's against Discord's TOS if you want to have a Discord. If you have a bunch of Nazis that are posting, you know, Nazi memes in your Discord, Discord is going to shut you down, and they're going to ban you and basically anyone that is associated with that server, right? I ended up leaving that server shortly before it was banned because it was obvious that that was going to happen, right? So she blamed me for getting them banned. There she is. Old Brittany. Old bird-brained Brittany.
Thousands of active users beating out your numbers.
You can join our Guilded. So it's just like Discord, actually has some better features where you can have a calendar channel, and you can put all your debates on for the month. And
one second, let me see if where's the part
I
where
remember now that you were threatening to report me. That was the tweet that Doobie made us take down.
What?
Yeah.
where's the part where Andrew Wilson and Samantha come in?
What are you talking about?
Stop! You're Sean Last Destiny debate, bitch. Right?
No, I'm saying, yeah.
Go do it.
So I talked to her for like 2 hours, and Andrew Wilson of the Crucible used to be friends with her, but then they had a big falling out. I was part of the reason for that falling out. Sorry, not sorry. But after 2 hours of talking to her, like waffling around about why she just like literally can't or shouldn't moderate her community whatsoever. Okay. I got tired of it because she's just like boo-hooing about everyone being mean to her.
I don't know why you're talking to me about this. I don't know
because I talked to you
about channel, and you kept like muting us constantly and kicking us out, and that's how that all started. You were like abusing those little mod
Okay,
privileges,
let's skip.
little peace treaty, and for
The left wingers, though, I've dealt with it.
When?
So,
what left wingers have they muted?
hey guys in chat, I know you guys have dealt
Oh,
with it.
Andrew
Speak up.
came in.
How many of you have been muted by them?
I mean,
I know Samantha had, and one of the big standards is that you have
I just want to see where
standards.
Samantha comes
What
in.
the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
You know, it's funny that you decided all of a sudden we were going to be having this
Damn, my
little
hair was so
peace
fucking
treaty,
long,
and
dude.
for some odd reason,
You're fucking. That's because you're fucking. Shut up. You're lucky. I offered you that peace treaty. Lucky I did.
Lucky that you
Why don't you?
offered me a
Yeah.
peace treaty?
Lucky that I offered it to you. Okay, lucky. All you have to do is shut the fuck up and stop causing people problems. That's it. Easy. It's so easy, even a fucking idiot like you can do it.
Yeah, Zonia's doing okay right now, I believe. Last time I talked to her, she's just taking some time to herself.
Wait, how am I causing people problems?
Why did Todd go and start the rumor that Cheshire Cat is
Seriously? You keep fucking using that, Andrew? It's the dumbest goddamn thing I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, sorry. I'm kind of bearing the fun part of why we're talking about this, but I just want to see what happens when Samantha comes in, because Samantha Savage was savage as fuck.
Nobody was talking about you. We were talking
Shut up, Karen.
What can I do for you?
What's up, Britt?
People are just gonna fucking be coming in here, Sondsol.
Hey.
And I was being kind of a piece of shit, continually dragging in people that wanted to fight with her, but like at a certain point, she just like was not. She couldn't get the message that I was trying to tell her. Like I was trying to be friendly and helpful and all that shit, and you started accusing me of brigading your channel, but that never happened. We can show all of our DMs. We can show literally everything that's ever happened. I'm an open book. And she just kept on saying that I was the reason why her Discord got banned, why her YouTube channel got banned, et cetera, et cetera. And why was I timed out? Mentioned Hayek.
Hey, what's up, Britt?
What can I do for you?
Oh, wait, hold on. You said just finished watching Tick's historical claim that the Nazis were actually socialist. They were not. Very, very super not at all.
Oh, sorry, I was doing something IRL. Hey, so you keep dropping everybody's name, and there's this
I was not even fucking talking about you. You decided for some reason to try to like confound. Nobody was fucking talking about you. I talked shit about you a long time, but I'm happy to start.
Nobody cares.
Well, then why are you here? If nobody cares, why the fuck are you here?
Because you keep putting my name and everybody's name in your fucking mouth.
About you. We were talking about things that happened before.
You have everybody else's name in your mouth more than you have your little Nazi boyfriends in your mouth, okay? You need to calm down there, sweetheart. Okay? Now, here's the deal. The only person responsible for your servers getting banned is you for failure to maintain
so you mean the fact that you were like not reporting us and
I didn't report anything, and we talked about this.
Sure.
Or do you want to?
Damn, she like there's one part in this that like it's just like too extreme.
She's 45 IQ.
Right.
Oh, okay. My
last load IQ.
Hmm?
Are you literally 45 IQ, or do you understand any words that are coming out of our mouths?
IQ.
No, that's Mio. She's 45 IQ.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The last load I jumped into a sock has more of an IQ than Brittany, okay?
So.
Okay.
Wow. Hey, what's up?
So she ran away. She ended up calling me later that night. I probably still have the recording, but I'm not sure if I do, of her sobbing to me while I'm very, very. I had ended stream at that point, and I felt bad that she was crying, but I also was just telling her, like, listen, I'm not going to defend you when you're like going around telling people that I did something that is very against what I tell people that I do, right? I'm not going around reporting people, et cetera, et cetera. So I probably still have the recording of her blubbering on my fucking computer somewhere, but so that's person of interest 1 today. And person of interest 2, you won't be able to see him because he's just a little anime girl. He's just a little anime girl. His name is Mio. He's debated against some people that you might know, like Destiny. All right. I was the first one that argued with him on the topics that Destiny did. I didn't get as much clout for it. Fucking sucks, but whatever. Some of the easiest fucking like destructions of someone in a debate that I've ever done in my entire life. I just every single time that we debated, I fucking steamrolled the fuck over him. And I'm not even saying that like as a humble brag or anything. The thing is, it's not really hard to debate against Nazis, but you know, they stayed in touch with me for a long time. They wanted me to come on the show a bunch of times. Mio tried to convert me to being a Nazi by explaining esoteric Nazism about how the Aryans were the rulers of every great civilization of all time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's Mio. He's like an actual like crazy Nazi that thinks that dragons actually are real, and I think he believes in a like hollow Earth theory. But like a lot of Groypers will do that. Ironically, he actually believes it. That brings us to, let me bring up Discord here and open up the images. 1, 2, and 3. So this is very funny. To me, at least. The only reason I'm doing this is because it's funny to me. It's not good content, but they got into a little bit of a fight. They stopped hosting this show together on Nick Fuentes' website, the cozy.tv. They used to have this show still there, and they were bringing on big names like Destiny and you know, all sorts of other like crazy Nazis to come on and just shoot the shit and all of that stuff, right? At a certain point, I couldn't stand going on there because they kept on bringing Lav on, and every single time she came onto a panel that I was a part of, she would immediately derail the conversation to talking about her pussy. So I stopped keeping in touch. But let's see why did they have a falling out? I haven't been able to find the answer to that, but I do know what they're saying about each other now. Brittany, one second, is this the this is the correct order. Poor Mio having another one of his feminine meltdowns. I'm sorry the girl you groomed when she was 15 years old left you because she got the ick when she saw what a twink loser you were. It's gonna be okay. Take a deep breath, or I'm sorry, I forgot. She has 45 IQ. Take a deep breathe. We will get through this rough time together. Maybe I can hook my son up with your GF, Mio. My son is actually 6 feet tall and the same age as your child GF that left you. And a Chad. You're a twink loser with no job, never had a real GF in your life, and just jerks off to cuck porn. Mio paid for her cell phone because she had to sneak around to talk to him from her parents. He almost went to creepily go meet her at her high school. Like a total pedophile. 32 years old with a high school girl, met her online, and then groomed her. No wonder she was a virgin, dear. She was a child. Jesus Christ. Sondsol, do you know what Wolfenstein is? Bro, do I still have that clip somewhere on my... Hello? Almost done. That's my cue to get off the stream, because we have to go to the grocery store because your boy's hungry. 32, he sounds much younger. He is either he's either soy maxing or he's actually like 23 years old. I think that he's probably younger than 32. But I guess he was dating a child and buying her cell phone, paid for a cell phone plan for her or a burner phone so that he could talk to a high school girl. Interesting stuff for all of the, shit that they talk about, like gay people being pedophiles and trans people going after young kids and shit. It seems like these people only have projection. They only have projection. On the other hand, Mio starts clapping back. Hey, big tech. Did you know Britney sent Bean Boy nudes unprompted for weeks and weeks during their months-long secret relationship, which was ongoing all through when she was talking to you? Brittany has been committing tax fraud. So first off, Brittany was either having sex with or sending nudes to every single Groiper like content creator on Cozy. Because of course she was. Any text past my app icon is hard to read. What app icon? Can we watch this later? No, because I gotta get off stream. The other thing that came out about Brittany is Brittany has been committing tax fraud with her ex-husband for over a decade. They're pretending to still be married legally so she gets his military benefits. Is that a crime? Brittany has fucked pretty much every guy on right-wing Twitter, by the way. Dingo cheated on his wife with her. All right, that's the content. That's literally everything that I got. All right. That's all I got. I just wanted to make fun of them for a second. Any text past your app icon is hard to read on the bottom bar. Which bottom bar? This bottom bar? The donation subscriber goals? Which bottom bar? So I can fix it and then get off stream. Your start button. And some red thing. Then the apps. Oh, that's just Windows 10. It's like a search bar. Okay, okay. I can't fix that. All right. It was gross and disgusting content. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. Any fun things that you guys want me to do next stream? I will be streaming probably on Thursday. And then after Thursday, I'm not going to be able to stream for a week because I'm going to be visiting family out of state. So there will be no stream. But if you want to, I'll put out a general call real quick. If you guys want to stay in touch with me, or you want to contact me in any way, if you guys want to, stay in the know on what my, what's going on with, I'm just telling people to join the Discord, okay? It's just fun. It's just fun. Just join the Discord. It's a fun time. There's a link on Kick. There's a link in the description of the YouTube video and on all of our videos. Please join the Discord. It's very fun. It's becoming more normal and not just constant fucking arguments back and forth. We've finally gotten out of that phase, all right? So I want there to be more people joining the Discord so that we can all just chill and hang out. You'll also get notifications for when I go live there. And me sporadically posting memes, all right? But you being upset with me for political disagreements, I really do. It's not that we have political disagreements. It's that you want me to look into reading economic fucking people that I'm never going to agree with. I know I'm not going to agree with them because you haven't listened to a word I fucking say about why I don't want to hear those opinions. How many times do I have to say I don't want to listen to anything about Hayek or Ayn Rand or anything like that before you get the fucking hint? It's because you are so persistent. That's why you got fucking timed out. All right. Visiting family in Skid Row. Visiting family in Arkansas, actually. Anyways, join the Discord. I want to see some more names in there. I want to see, more people engaging over there because it's actually is starting to get to be like a place where I'm hanging out and chatting more and more because it's not just constant fucking arguments. So please join the Discord. Subscribe to the YouTube if you haven't already. I would love that. And yeah, I'll catch you guys on Thursday. Oh yeah, last thing on the Discord. If you join the Discord, you can post links there. Especially if you're on YouTube, it would be really cool to get more people posting in the content suggestions. So join for that reason, if for no other reason. If you don't want to engage with us autistic people on the internet, that's fine. But do give me content to go over. All right. All right. I love you guys very much, and I will catch you guys later.